In this video, I've got an awesome real-world application that we're going to build, and that is going to be a photography portfolio. As you can see, we've got a stunning design with some beautiful photos, and someone can scroll through these photos and even click on them and open them up in a beautiful Lightbox. This project has everything a professional photographer would want or need, and even better, we can extend it to do pretty much anything, whether we wanted to charge money for a photo or onboard multiple photographers and have them own different collections of photos. The limits are endless. But what I'm most excited about for this video is the things that we're going to learn throughout. We're building this in Next.js with TailwindCSS using TypeScript. So we're going to learn all sorts of, cool stuff with that. But we're also going to be focusing on some very real-world skills that you'll need when it comes to handling images on the web. We're going to talk about things like the performance of images, the size of images, how we avoid cumulative layout shift, which is one of Google's core web vitals that they take into account when they're ranking different websites for search engines. We're also going to talk about where do you store images? Where do you get them? Can you grab them from an external API, or do you want to save them in your own database and retrieve them from there? We'll talk about the most effective way to use the Next.js Image component, how to use that effectively. And finally, we're going to talk about the overall process of building this. We're going to go from the very beginning, starting from scratch, all the way through the end and deploy this thing on Vercel. So without further ado, let's get started. So what I've got open here is Visual Studio Code, which is my editor of choice. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and open up my project. Right now, I've just got some text files to lay out the game plan here. So let's take a look at this, and let's go ahead and get this a little bigger for you and close out that terminal for the moment. All right, so here's the game plan for this project. The first step is we're going to find a design to use. I am no designer, and I do not pretend to be, so we're going to surf the web and find ourselves a nice design to work with, which you've already seen in the first part of this video. We're then going to gather some project requirements. We're going to look at that design and figure out what are the things that we need to think about to actually build it correctly. We're going to then do all of our, basic setup steps with Next.js, Tailwind, and TypeScript. There's just a little bit of configuration that we'll have to do. And then before we even write a single line of code, we're going to deploy that to Vercel to get that deployment working and show you what a real-world workflow would actually look like. Then we'll spend a little bit of time building out the layout that we're going to use, and then we'll jump straight into building out the Masonry grid. So, the grid of images that shows on that home page and how they will actually move upwards if there's a little gap of space. It's actually a lot harder than you might think. You can't do this with just Flexbox or CSS Grid, so we'll bring in an external library to help us out. After that, we're going to build a Lightbox, which is basically when you click on an image, it opens at full screen and you can scroll through, go to the next image, previous image, etc. After we have those components built, it's going to get really fun because we're going to look at the Unsplash Image API, which is free to developers, and we're going to learn how we can actually pull in different images to show in our gallery from Unsplash. And then we will also talk about, in the future, what if you wanted to put that in your own database? How would you go about doing that? But for this project, we will be pulling the images mainly from Unsplash. And then one little bonus trick that we're going to do is enable incremental static regeneration with Next.js, which basically just means that every time a new image is uploaded or, however we determine to pull those images in, Vercel is actually going to rebuild the page and pull in those new images. A lot more on that when we get to it. I'll explain it in a bit more detail. And then finally, I'm going to talk through some future improvements and ideas if you wanted to take this project to the next level. Many of you might be using this as a portfolio project of your own. So I'll talk about some ideas for making this, something that's actually helpful to photographers or maybe even yourself. All right, so that's the game plan. Let's talk about some of the prerequisites for this video. I am expecting that anyone watching this has a pretty firm grasp of both HTML and CSS. If you need some help on that, I have a full-on, 10-hour, however many hours, like a lot of hours, course on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I'll point you to that in the upper right-hand corner of this video. I'm also assuming that you have some familiarity with JavaScript and TypeScript. Now, many of you may have not used TypeScript. It's just kind of a superset of JavaScript, and it's relatively easy to get the hang of once you understand JavaScript. So you don't need that as a requirement, but it's helpful. Next up, you should have some familiarity with React or Next.js. For those who don't know, Next.js is kind of a framework on top of the React framework. So as long as you are somewhat comfortable with React, you should be good for this video. You should also have some experience with backend programming. You don't need to be, any wizard by any means, but you should understand the REST protocol. What is an HTTP request? Like, what's a GET request? What's a POST request? How do I deal with, data over the wire? All that kind of stuff. I'll be sure to explain what I'm doing as I get into that section, but it's helpful to have at least some sort of background. And then finally, just a willingness to pause this video and fill in any gaps that you have along the way. Everyone will take this video at a different pace. For some of you, you might finish this in just a couple of hours, the length of this video. For others, this might be a project that takes you weeks or even months because you have to fill in all of those knowledge gaps. Whatever the pace that you need to take it, that is great. The goal here is to learn a ton of things and learn things that are actually useful in the real world. I'm not building a to-do app here. We're building something that, you would actually get paid money to do for, a client. And then just a couple final notes here. I want to say that I am building this thing almost from scratch. I have a pretty good idea of what our requirements are, but I'm actually building this as the video goes along. So we will run into a lot of real world issues that you might stumble upon when you're programming. And if you are very knowledgeable of a section, I encourage you to skip. I've left chapters in the video description, so you can skip to whatever chapter you want. This video is meant to be consumed from start to finish, but you can still get a lot out of it if you are skipping around. And that's about all I need to cover here to start out, so let's jump into the project. So we'll go back to our chapters here, our game plan. The first thing that we need to do is find a design to use. Now, in a real world project, the first step that I would be taking is to do one of two things. The best thing that you can do is find a designer that's going to work with you. You'll pay them and they will design what you're trying to build. And you can go back and forth with them to iterate on that design until you're happy with the final product. Now, for most projects and for most people, this is not feasible either from a financial standpoint or the project's just not big enough to justify that sort of investment. So the next best thing that we can do, and the thing that I do quite often, is just search Google for designs and look at similar types of things to what you're trying to build. So that's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to take some shortcuts because I've already gone through this process of searching and I've landed on this portfolio. So Dennis Snellenberg, I don't know this person, but giving credit to him for this design right here. Be sure to check him out on Dribbble. Dribbble is where I go to look for a lot of these designs. You can also search for let's say that we wanted to look for personal photography website, and you could go through, you can see I've already clicked on this, but here's a blog post of a bunch of examples of photography websites. So, you could click on this and get some inspiration from, Pedro on the World, I guess is what this website is called. So anyways, we've landed on this one. I've chosen this one because it has a good scope to it. It's not too big that we will spend the next 3 weeks building this thing, but it has enough going on that it will teach us some awesome skills along the way. So just to zoom in a little bit, here's what we're going to be building. And you might ask, well, how are you going to actually build this? Well, the best way, like I said, is to get a designer, and then you can open up Figma or some other design software, and you'll get actual specs of like how many pixels do we need to put between images, and the spacing and the fonts and the colors and all that stuff is really helpful. But for us, we're not trying to go for an exact carbon copy, so we will just take a look at this and do our best to replicate it on our own. All right, so we've found a design to use. Now the next step that I would take in any real-world project is to look at the design and spend a couple hours or minutes, if you have some experience with what you're doing, to just scope out what it is you need to do, and also to scope out, here are the things that I'm going to tackle, and here are the things that I'm not going to do in the first pass of building this. So let's go ahead and get started on that. I'm going to open up a new file here. We're going to call this requirements.txt. You don't need to be fancy with any of this stuff. Jotting it down in a text file is plenty. So let's go back to our design here, and I will disclose that I've already thought quite a bit about this. I've spent many hours preparing this video to understand what exactly our requirements are and how we're going to go about building this. So what I'm about to discuss is not naturally coming to me, and it won't naturally come to you, but I'm going to try to guide you through the thought process that I went through to actually build this. So the first thing that I'm looking at is just the general layout. This is what I do normally, is start with the layout and then fill in the pieces in between. So with this layout, it's relatively simple. It looks like we have a nav bar up top with a little hamburger menu. I'm going to choose to omit this hamburger menu because we don't need any sort of crazy navigation, as we're just building one page here. But you could easily add that. It looks like there's a little logo up there, a secondary menu. Now this is important because this secondary menu looks like a bunch of filters. So you can see that you've got an all section, a people section, accommodation, and adventure. So for our project, what we'll do is we'll come up with 2 or 3 categories of our own. And what that means is that the images displayed here are going to have to be different based on which tab we are sitting on. So let's add this to our requirements. Should be able to filter list of images based on category. Okay, and also we should add category should be predefined. So in other words, we're going to have a known set of categories that we're going to need to filter on, which makes it a lot easier than an unknown set of categories. The next thing that we have to look at is the actual grid of images. Now, something that you may not notice firsthand is that this is a Masonry grid. You can see that there are different aspect ratios of each of these images. You've got this one, which is, maybe a 16 by 9, and this one is more of like a 9 by 16. Now, when you're making a grid like this, it's not super easy to actually do this where the images fill the space as their different sizes. So we can't use CSS Grid, we can't use Flexbox to easily achieve this. So we're going to need some sort of other solution. We're going to need some sort of Masonry CSS solution, which I already have. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Then finally, here at the bottom, we've just got an email, the logo again, and it looks like a background image for the entire homepage. So we can go ahead and implement that. That shouldn't be too hard. Let's add that to our requirements. Background image for entire page. And then something that we'll also be adding into this is the Lightbox. So what you cannot see from this design is that when you click on this image, it should open up a full screen Lightbox. So we will need a Lightbox solution. And then on the right side, you have some different social media icons. I'm going to go ahead and omit those from this as you know, we're just trying to stick with the core features of this. So now looking at our requirements, the next step here is to basically go through them and try to understand them a little bit deeper. So the first one, we should be able to filter a list of images. That one is relatively simple. We're going to have an array of image links, and we should be able to just use a native JavaScript filter function to do that. So that should not be too hard. Building out the tabs component for that is also going to be relatively easy. I'm going to use Headless UI, which is a very nice framework that goes hand in hand with TailwindCSS. And what we'll use is actually the tabs group. So you can see these tabs go back and forth, and since it's headless, it has no design assumptions, we can make anything from this to, in our example, let me close this one out. In our example, these would be the tabs, and then the content would be the images. So that's what we're going to do, the tabs, and then rather than a little menu, that will be the whole grid of images. Now we need a Masonry CSS solution. This one in reality took me several hours of trial and error of testing out different solutions until one suited my needs. But ultimately how I do that is usually I'll just go to npm trends. This isn't a perfect solution, but it's an easy way to get a sense for what packages are great. So I'm going to type in Masonry CSS, or we can always start with React Masonry. And here's our library that we're going to be using. And then once you have one library, you can kind of look at the similar libraries, React Masonry Component, Masonry Infinite, all of these things. So you can see that these Masonry Component and Masonry CSS are pretty similar in popularity. So what you might do is actually go try both of them out in some sort of sandboxed environment. I've actually already done this and have decided that React Masonry CSS is what we're looking for. So that will complete this solution. So we're going to use React Masonry CSS, and I'll explain a little bit more why we chose that when we get there. The background image for the entire page, that's just a basic CSS feature, so we don't need to go any further there. And then the Lightbox solution, another one that I spent many hours trying to figure out the best one for. And ultimately, what I found was that many of the native React component solutions, so, you know, if we were to type in, let's clear these ones out real quick. On npm trends, React, let's type React Lightbox. There is a React Lightbox component, and if we were to visit that on npm, you'll see that it's not super popular. It seems to do what we need, but what I found was that the maintainer of this project, along with a couple other projects, are no longer really working on these projects and are no longer supporting them, which is kind of a deal breaker in my opinion as we're choosing the library to use. So my preference would be to use a native React component because it's just made for React and easy to use. But what I ultimately found was that there was a Light Gallery JS is what I believe we're looking for, or maybe it's Light Gallery. Okay, so it is definitely Light Gallery, and let's search that on npm. And you can see that this is a relatively highly used project. This 44,000 is pretty respectable in terms of people using this. And let's check out the homepage. You can see that they have some pretty good documentation here, and they also have a React section. Now this is a native JavaScript library, and it was not, immediately built for React, but they have a React documentation page that shows you how to use this, and they actually have a Light Gallery component that they have made to wrap their library with a React component. Again, this took me quite a few hours of actually using different NPM libraries and seeing which one suited our needs the best on this. So this was not a very easy process, but ultimately what we're going with is Light Gallery. And then finally, a requirement that we haven't quite discussed, and that is, where do we store our images? So this is a very big question, because it is the difference between dynamically fetching images from maybe an external source or API, or storing all of our images in our own database. Ultimately, for this project, I've chosen to go for an external API. So you'll see that if we go to Unsplash API, the Unsplash API is completely free to developers. And if you view the documentation, there's all sorts of things you can do. So we can search photos, and we can actually sort them by all sorts of different things like relevance, upvotes, most recently uploaded, all of that stuff. So this gives us a lot of flexibility, and it also makes it very easy because, if us as developers, we may not have an entire library of photos to put in this portfolio. Now, realistically, if you were working with a photographer that wanted you to build this site for them, they would have their own photos. And in that case, we would store them in your own database or simply in object storage. So for this video, we're going to be using Unsplash API, which is basically someone else's database. But in the real world, if you're building this project, you would need a database. Let's say that you used Postgres and you use that with Prisma, because I'm a huge fan of Prisma. And then to actually store those photos, you might have used AWS S3, which is a popular object storage platform. So basically, you would store them on S3, but then you would store maybe some metadata about those images in a database. And you would fetch those dynamically based on, different requirements to show in your application. But we're not going to do this because that's a whole nother implementation. We're going to take a shortcut and take this entire requirement and group it into someone else's database and storage solution, which is the Unsplash API. But nevertheless, it's very important to talk about that requirement because it is a huge decision-making factor of how are we going to build this and what are the software requirements that we have behind it. And that's just about it for our requirements. In reality, you'll generally list this first group of requirements, and then as you start building the feature, you will come up with additional requirements that you didn't know you had. That's very normal. In this case, I've already built out this entire thing beforehand, so I happen to know that this is pretty much all of the requirements that we have. But yeah, definitely this is an important step in the overall software process, and will save you not just minutes or hours, but literally days and possibly weeks on your feature, depending on how big it is. The worst thing that you can do is not think about this stuff beforehand. Jump in, start building, and then realize that you've completely gone down the wrong path. Now, a little bit of experimentation is okay. Like I said, I played around with these different libraries that we needed beforehand to understand what would be the best solution, and you should do that too. But the planning process is all about just trial and error, trying to understand the requirements better and playing around with different external libraries that might help you do that. All right, so we found a design and we have gathered the project requirements. So the next step is we're going to have to set up Next.js, TailwindCSS, and TypeScript. I'm working on a Mac. Pretty much all of this is going to work pretty similarly on Mac or Linux. You might have some different setup requirements on Windows, and I'm sorry I can't cover those in this video. You'll have to go out and find those on your own. But in terms of setting this up for Mac or Linux, let's actually just go to the Next.js docs. So getting started. This is, I don't have any of this setup memorized, so the best thing you can do is just go to the documentation and use that. So what we need to do is set up a Next.js project, And you can see there's an automatic setup, and it says if you want to start with TypeScript, you just pass the TypeScript flag. Now, there's also the requirement of using TailwindCSS, so we might type in TailwindCSS and Next.js. And you can see Tailwind has a guide to setting that up. So it looks like we can actually just do this all in one step. So this will help us create both. So we can just go with this. So here's our command, create next app, call it my project, pass a TypeScript flag, ESLint. That'll help us, as we're typing to make sure that our code has good rules going on. And then we'll install Tailwind and initialize it. Okay, so let's go ahead and just copy this command here. So we're going to copy that and go back to our terminal. I'm hitting Control and a little tilde to open up and toggle the terminal. And let's go ahead and paste that command in. Now we've got a few things to edit here. We're good with ESLint and we're good with TypeScript, but we want to create this in the current directory, so we'll add a little dot rather than a name. And that command should be good to go. So let's go ahead and run that. Click yes. And it's going to create our Next.js app. Okay, and let's read what it says. The directory contains files that could conflict. Either try using a new directory name or remove the files listed above. So I think what I'm going to do is actually just put this in its own. So we'll just call this the app. That'll be the app directory that it's built in. So you can see it's installing the dependencies. And then in our Explorer, you see all of our text files defining the requirements. And then our entire app is going to be here in the app directory. Okay, now that we've got this installed, let's go back to our instructions. It says to go into the project directory. We'll do that in a second. So let's go ahead into the app directory. And now we need to install Tailwind CSS. Now they're using NPM. I prefer Yarn. It's a little bit quicker, just easier to use in my opinion. So we'll add that in front and we'll install all these dependencies. So I'll say yarn add, and then we'll paste in all those dependencies. And you'll see if we open up the app, package.json, we have all of these different dependencies. And I'm sorry, I actually did that incorrectly. So these are developer dependencies because it all happens at build time. So we need to actually add that into our install. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel this before it finishes. And we're going to try this again. But after the add, we'll add a -d to say that we want these as developer dependencies. And what you'll see is in our package.json, we're going to have a dev dependencies pop up here in a second. Now, while we're waiting, for those who don't know what Tailwind CSS is basically a CSS utility class library. I really like it because it kind of accomplishes something that I already do on my own if I'm building a project, which is create a bunch of CSS utilities, and they have a lot of kind of predefined styles that follow some best practices of design. So for a non-designer like me, it's very easy to use and something that I really like. If you're not familiar, don't worry, you will catch on as we're developing. And if you need to, you can always go to the Tailwind CSS documentation, which is absolutely awesome. All right, so the next thing we need to do is initialize our Tailwind installation. So you can see there's our dev dependencies right there. And then we'll come up and init. It says created Tailwind CSS config file. We can open that up. I'm hitting Command P and then type in Tailwind and opening that up. So you'll see that here's our config file, and then it creates a post CSS config file, which we're not really going to have to touch. But if you go back to the Next.js documentation, you'll see that we need to configure our template paths. And the reason being is so that when we're reloading the project, it knows where to look for the files that it's going to, strip unnecessary classes away from. So we'll go ahead and copy this and just add this to the content array. Oops, need to get rid of that. And an extra comma here. We'll hit save. And then finally, we're just going to be adding the Tailwind to our CSS. So when we created the Next.js app, it's going to create a globals or index.css somewhere. So right here in styles, there's your globals.css, which we're going to delete everything and paste in what I thought I just copied. So we'll paste these in. You'll see that ESLint is actually complaining about these. You can actually set up something in Visual Studio Code to ignore these, but it's not actually a problem. So we'll save and not worry about it. Now the home module.css we don't need because we're using Tailwind, so we're not using CSS modules per se. So we'll put that in the trash. And then finally, for those who are unaware, Next.js uses a pages directory, which determines the different routes that your app will have. And the underscore app is a special page that represents kind of the root of your application. So we're going to go there, and you can see that it has imported the styles globals.css, which means that our Tailwind styles should be coming in okay. And then if we go to the index page, this is going to be the home page. And you'll see that we have imported that home module CSS, which we deleted. So we'll delete that import. And then finally, let's get rid of all of this stuff because we really don't need it. So, well, actually, let's go ahead and leverage what they've already built here. So for starters, we'll get rid of that class name, but we want to keep the head section right there, which has a title, meta tag, and link to the favicon. That's a pretty standard setup in any app, so we'll leave that. Also, the main component or the main tag is very common, so we'll just get rid of this class name because we no longer have those classes. We'll get rid of everything that's in main because we'll be replacing that. And by the way, I'm using Vim for VS Code, so when you see everything being deleted, I'm just hitting D twice. It's a pretty cool extension if you want to check that out. So what I usually do is just add a p tag and call it placeholder for main. And then finally we have a footer. We'll temporarily get rid of those class names and delete everything out of there, and we'll put a placeholder for footer. Okay, so now if you scroll through, the beauty of TypeScript and ESLint is it will underline things that are wrong, so you can scroll through. There's no underlines, so we'll save that. So that should be a good initial setup. Let's check to make sure we did everything right. It says now you can start your build process and add something to your project and see it in the browser. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to hit Command B to close that side panel and open up the terminal a little bit bigger. Hit Command P to open our menu, and we want to search for the package JSON. And in this package JSON, you can see there's a dev script, which is already configured to run next dev. So all we have to do is say yarn dev, and it starts a server at localhost port 3000. So if we take that URL, copy it, and go to our browser, we can replace this here, and you can see that we have our placeholders for main and for the footer. So we have our initial Next.js application set up. The last thing I want to do is make sure that Tailwind CSS is working correctly. So if we go back to our homepage, which is index.tsx, so let's type index. Okay, we've opened up our home page, which you can see is right here in our pages directory. And then what I want to do is go on the main and give it a class name. And let's go ahead and just say TextRed, which is one of the CSS or Tailwind CSS utility classes. When we hit save, what I would expect is for this text to be read. If it's not, it means our Tailwind installation did not work. So let's go ahead and hit refresh, and you can see that it has not turned red. So we have something going on here that is not right. And what that is TextRed is actually not a class. This is a custom class that I've used in a lot of projects and forgot that you have to specify a shade of red. So we'll save that, and now we see that it's working correctly. So what we should be able to do now is use all of these utility classes, and let me show you where I found that one. All you need to do is basically type Tailwind and then text color, and they have awesome documentation that takes you directly to text color, and you can see all of the different options, which are the different colors, and you can see TextRed 500 is this RGB. And you can also search in their documentation colors, and let's see if we can find, customizing colors, and here's the different palettes that they have predefined, which is awesome. This is one of the hardest things to do when you're starting a project, is to define color palettes. So having all of these kind of predefined at our disposal is super helpful. All right, so we've got everything set up for the most part. We may have a few things to add later, but at this point I'm going to close out these files, and let's go back to our chapters file. Okay, so we have completed this next step, and I know we didn't talk a lot about TypeScript, but we did set that up in the process of initializing our Next.js app with that TypeScript flag. Just as a quick overview, you can find the configuration for that in our app directory under the tsconfig.json, and you can see these are all the default options. Now there's a couple of things that I like to look for here. I usually want strict to be true. That's a big one. Everything else is relatively standard and set up for the project based on the Next.js configuration. So anyways, we've got that done. Now it's time to deploy to Vercel. Now you might ask, why are we deploying to Vercel so early when we haven't even built the project? Well, in most cases, when you're building a project, you're not going to be sharing it right away. This is not going to be live at some URL. So what's best to do is set up your deployment process at the very beginning when everything is simple. It's much harder to set this up once you've added code to the app and you've got different dependencies and different things talking to each other. So it's very easy to start deploying, and then we'll make additional commits to our repository, and those will auto deploy to Vercel. So in order to actually deploy it to Vercel, I want to connect to GitHub repository, which means that we're going to have to go open that up too. So open up another tab, go to GitHub, and I'm going to create a new repository right here. So new repository, no template needed. We're going to say photography portfolio tutorial. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see. We're going to make this public because I want all of you to be able to see it and reference it. I don't want to add a README file because we've actually already got the whole repository built out. We'll add it later. So let's go ahead and create the repository. All right, so from here, lots of instructions. What I normally do is use SSH, which requires a little bit of configuration beforehand. I actually have a tutorial on this that I'll try to link to in the video description if you need help. But we'll go ahead and copy this link. That's all we really need to do. And then we'll go back to our VS Code terminal. We're going to open up another terminal instance. We'll close that side panel with Command B. And what we can say is pwd. I've got a custom script set up so it only shows you the current directory that we're in, but you can see here's my entire path. So we're in the photography portfolio, and that is where we want to initialize our repository. So we want to include these chapter files and prerequisites. Or actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and initialize it in the app directory. And this is going to be important because when we set it up on Vercel, we will be able to use the root directory and use all the default configurations. I'll show you what I mean in just a second. So let's go ahead and cd into app. So we're now at the photography portfolio app. And what I want to do is type get init. And it says it's reinitializing an existing Git repository, which I believe might have gotten set up when we initialized our Next.js app. So all we need to do is check our remotes. So git remote v, and you can see there's nothing. So what we need to do is git remote add origin. So we're adding an external origin, and that's going to be the URL that I just copied from GitHub. So we added that origin. Now if we say git remote v, you'll see that our fetch and push origins are that repository, which means that we can commit all of this stuff. So you can use the command line utility. You can type git status and see all the things that have been modified and deleted. But I actually like to use the VS Code Git utility, where you can see all of your changes right here. And what I want to do is first check that we're committing the right things. So if we go to our File Explorer and then App, and then we look into App, let's make sure that our git ignore is set up correctly, which it seems to be. This is very important, so we're not committing sensitive files. You can see that the env local files, which we'll use in a bit, are included, which is good. You can also see we have a README that Next.js created, so that's good. So at this point, we can go over to our Git utility, and we can go ahead and commit all of these changes. So we're going to say add TailwindCSS, and I hit Command Enter, which will ask you to stage all the commits at once, or all the files into one commit. We'll hit yes. And then you can see down here, I'm on the main branch, which is what we want. So I'll go ahead and publish that branch. Now, if you wanted to see the remote, you can do all of these kind of things here, but let's go ahead and publish that. Now let's go back here and refresh. You can see that all of our files have been added. And you can see that that initial creation of the Next app actually made a commit for us, which is why you didn't see all of those files. So here's our add Tailwind CSS. And now we can take this repository here and connect it to Vercel. So Vercel is kind of the preferred platform for Next.js apps. I really wish that there would be more hosting platforms that would support Next.js apps, but as of right now, this is the best option. And it is a great option. It's there's a generous free plan and everything. I guess I just wish that there was more hosting options so that there was more competitive pricing on it, but nevertheless, there is a free tier, which is what we're going to use. So you can see I'm on the hobby plan. I've already connected my GitHub, which you'll have to do. But let's go ahead and create a new project, continue with GitHub. And there's our connection. And I'm going to click the import photography portfolio tutorial, which is going to connect it with that specific repository. Our framework preset is Next.js, but look at all of these that you can click from. So they have, they're the preferred hosting platform for Next.js, but they also have all sorts of options that you can use if you wanted to use them for other projects. And this is where I was talking about the root directory. So because we initialized the Git repository in the root of the app, that means that we can use the default root directory. And Vercel knows exactly how to deploy from that directory. So you can open the build and output settings, but once again, we don't need any overrides because we're using the defaults. So let's go ahead and hit deploy. And what you'll see is Vercel is going to go to that repository that we connected, grab in all of the source code from that repository, run the build step, which is actually here in our package.json. There's the build step, so it's going to run next build. And what you'll see, if we go to this and look at the deployments, you can see that it's building it here. So what I just said, how it's running next build, it actually runs a Vercel build, which is basically the same command using their native client. And what it's doing is it's building all the packages, installing all the dependencies, and then it's going to build the project and make it live on a URL. And that URL is right here. Obviously, this is a ugly looking domain, but we can point any domain at that later. All right, so it took 1 minute and 13 seconds, which is great because our app is not very big yet, and it says ready. So let's go ahead and try to visit that website. And you can see that we have SSL enabled, which is a great feature of Vercel. It automatically handles all the certificates. And there's our application with our custom CSS, our TailwindCSS styles. So we have deployed this to Vercel, and now every time that we make a change, it's going to auto deploy it. So let's go ahead and test that out just so that I can show you. Let's close this, and let's go to the pages directory and go to the home page. And let's go ahead and remove that red text styling and hit save. Now here is our preview on localhost. You can see that it's no longer red. And then if we go back to the Git utility, you can see we have this one change, and we're going to go ahead and test commit. Command enter, hit yes, and then it's going to ask you to sync the changes. We'll sync that to the main branch. And now if we go back to Vercel and we go to the photography portfolio, you will see that we have a build commit that was just triggered, and it's our test commit that we just added. So if you look at the deployments, it's doing the same thing. It's rebuilding the app with those new changes, and in just a minute or so, we're going to see that on our live application, that this will no longer be red. Okay, so this one only took 55 seconds. You might ask why? Well, it's because it probably used the build cache. It already built it once, so it doesn't need to build everything over again. It can actually just use the build cache, which you can see at the end of this, it uploaded it so that the next build can leverage that and go very quickly. So let's go ahead and refresh our site, and you can see that the red text is no longer red. So you can see our entire workflow is very simple. And while if you're working on a team, you might open pull request on a separate branch and then merge into main to trigger those commits. For this project, especially since we're not live in production to showing any users, we'll commit directly to main, and every commit that we make is going to auto deploy it to Vercel. So that is the basic Vercel setup. Very easy, very seamless. Okay, so our next step, let's open up our chapters again. So our game plan here, let's see. We can add a check to deploy to Vercel. Now we need to build the layout. So when I say layout, what I mean by that, if we go to Dribble, is the containers that we're going to need for all of these things. So that might mean we'll put this nav bar in, we will create the tabs, and then we'll add some placeholder content for where the images will need to go. So this should be relatively simple, and I'll go ahead and walk you through it. So the first thing that we recognize is that the entire app has a black background. So let's go ahead and see in the colors of Tailwind CSS what we're dealing with. By default, they don't necessarily have a black color, but they have all of these different grays that have a darker shade that is very close to the black color. So for this project, I'm not going to get too crazy with it. I'm just going to use this stone shade, and we'll try to use these different shades of gray for this entire project. So the background of this app is probably going to be the 900 shade of stone. which gets us pretty close to this background. So the first thing that I'm going to do is open this up. Let me make it a little smaller so I can work. And we'll go back to the files. And we're going to do all of this from the home page. So index.tsx. So you can see we have a placeholder for main, placeholder for the footer, and then the head, which is not going to be anything visual that we see. So as we can see from this design here, the entire background is that black color, but then there's an image down here at the bottom. And I said that we would go ahead and include that. So the first thing that we need to do is find that image to use. So let's go to Unsplash, which we'll be using for dynamic images in a bit, but let's go ahead and type in photographer. And we'll get a bunch of royalty-free images we can use. And what we're looking for is one that we can put at the bottom right corner of our website. And I actually like this one right here because it has a lot of blacks in it, and it'll make it easy for us to kind of combine with that theme that we've got. So we'll go ahead and download this for free. We'll say photography background. And we're going to actually save all of these things in our app directory. So this is actually my application. And with Next.js, we have the public folder, which is where all of our assets might go that are predefined. So we'll go ahead and save the photography background to the public folder. And when we go back, you'll be able to open this up and you'll see there's our JPEG right there. Okay, so what we're going to do, and once again, there should be attribution. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and leave all of this attribution in the YouTube description so that the artists are credited, but we also don't have to deal with that while we're building, which is some administrative overhead. So we'll go ahead and use this photo here. And the first thing that we need to do is get that showing in the background. So Command P to open the search menu, type index.tsx and hit enter. And we'll see that the main is going to, let's go ahead and say the height is going to be full here. So that should be the height of the entire screen. We may also have to add that same class. So that's a height of 100%. That's the utility class for Tailwind. And then for now, let's go ahead and just say background blue 200 just to get something working. So let's see. You can see that that's only taken up that first div. So what we need to do is open up globals.css and let's add a layer and say HTML and body are going to be a height of 100%. So that didn't quite work, and the reason being is because, let's see. Let's go ahead and inspect this to see what's going on. So the body right here. Oh, this is something a little bit tricky about Next.js. Next.js will throw this div container around the entire app. So we need to actually target this ID specifically and give it a height of 100% so that this height full is also 100%. A little bit tricky, not something that you would immediately know. But I think what we can do here is just target the underscore next class or ID and give it a height of 100%. And now what you can see is that we're getting everything to be 100%. Now, what you'll also see is that we have a scroll bar here, which we don't necessarily want. We just want the entire page to be 100%. So we'll go back to index.tsx. And the reason we're getting that is because we're adding height full to just the main. We want the height full to be on this outer div and then the background blue to also be there. So let's get rid of that, save it. And now there's no scroll bar, so this is just a full width page with a full width background. And what we can do now is add in that image. So the way that we do that is we come to this outer div, and let's go ahead and find the Tailwind CSS utility for adding a background image. So let me clean up some tabs here. We'll keep this. Let's just close all of these. We can get back to them. So let's type in Tailwind background image. And you can see they have documentation on this. Let's see. Now, as you can see here, the options that were given for this background image are just linear gradients. There's no option here to add a custom URL. So let me show you what this looks like first. So we'll do just a background gradient to top and save that. Let's see what that looks like. Nothing crazy going on there. I think we have to add one more thing. Gradient color stops. Oh, this is where we're getting it. So let's go from slate 900. I'm just going to go back and type that. So we'll get rid of our background blue. We'll say from slate 900. And you can see that we've got this gradient going on where it's light at the top and it gets dark at the bottom. Now what we want to do is not have a linear gradient, but we want to just have that photo that we downloaded. So what you can do is use arbitrary values. This is available on any sort of Tailwind class. So let's go back to background image, arbitrary values, and you can see that they've actually given you an example of what we're trying to do here. So we just want to use a URL. So let's get rid of this stuff, paste that in, and then our path is going to be relative to this public directory. That's the default for Next.js. So all we have to do is a / and then type in photography background.jpg. And I'm referencing this image right here. So let's hit save and see if that worked. You can see that there's sign of life here. We've got part of this photo. It's obviously not centered correctly. So now we can go back to our classes and look at the background position. So maybe let's start with background bottom. See what that looks like. Now it's taken it totally off the screen. So now what we're going to do is just toggle some things here. Let's go to the dev tools, make those a little bigger for you. Let's go to the top, see where that lands us. Maybe the right. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting something. I think what is going to be more important is to do the object fit, and that will be cover. Maybe it's not that. Let's see. Background size, background cover. Let's try that. Okay, so now this is looking a lot better. So now we just need to adjust our positioning of this. So right now we're at the bottom. Let's try the top. And with the top, it ends up looking really nice. But let's bring this to the right a little. So maybe we'll say top left, or top right even. So I played around with this quite a bit and realized that, this is a little bit tough to get this in the bottom right corner perfectly. So in reality, what you would do is find an image and edit the image until the aspect ratio of it was correct, so that we could just place it down there in the right corner. But this is pretty good. It has the right colors going on, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it as is. You can see that we need the background position to be top, so let's just update that. We'll say top, and that's what we're going to go with for our background. Now we need to add that header in there. So this part right here where we've got the hamburger menu, we're not going to add that. but we'll put some sort of text here and then a little button to get in touch. So that's going to go into, let's go ahead and say header. And based on this design here, it looks like we have basically a flex container where we have space between the items in the flex container. So what I'll go ahead and do is create a dummy little icon here that won't show, but you could use in the future. So let's go ahead and create 3 divs. So Control C, Control V. This will be the hamburger menu. This will be the logo, and this will be get in touch button, which is not a div, it is a button. So let's go ahead and do that. And then on header, we need a class name. And the utilities for Tailwind for Flexbox is flex will be display flex. And then we need to say that we want justify between, which is going to justify the space between the items. And then we want items center to vertically align them to the center. So let's go ahead and hit save on that and come back to our app. And you can see that we don't see anything yet. And that's because our text color is probably black. So let's go ahead. This is a good thing to update in our global CSS. So we'll say for the HTML and the body, the color of the text is going to be white. And now you can see we've got the placeholders going on and the header here. So let's go ahead and look at how large this is. Just eyeballing it, looks like it's about 80 or 90 pixels tall. So we'll go ahead and give that some height here. So our header is going to be a height of 90 pixels. That's just an arbitrary value that I'm passing there. And you can see that we're getting something here. And as you can see, these are hugging the right and left sides of the page. So we'll go ahead and add some horizontal padding to this header. So that a shortcut for adding padding to the left and the right is padding X, so horizontal. And we'll go ahead and let's just say we'll add padding of 6 units, which is one of Tailwind's predefined units. So now that's bringing it in. You can see that that added 24 pixels of padding. Now what we need to do is we're just going to make this hidden because we don't actually want to add a hamburger menu. But in the future, if you wanted to, you could just put a hamburger menu there, which is why I'm leaving it. So we'll use the hidden utility class, which means display none. And then we're going to type photography portfolio. And you could replace this with your personal logo. And then with the button, we need to add some class names to that. If you saw the example, it's kind of like a rounded button with a white background. So what we'll need to do is say rounded, probably extra large. So if you want to type in radius, you can see the border radius in Tailwind and see that our rounded extra large is a 12 pixel border radius. So let's go ahead and see what that looks like. We're also going to give a background of white. Oops. So you can see our button right there is not showing the text, and that's because our text is white. So now we need to say our text will be stone, let's go with 900. And you can see we've got our button. We just need to add some padding. So I generally will add maybe 3 pixels of horizontal padding and 2 pixels of, or not pixels, units according to Tailwind. And you can see we're getting close. It's still not round enough, so let's add more of a border radius. Let's go with a 3XL possibly. We'll just add 3 in there. And that's starting to look a little bit better. I think that's slightly too dark of a text, so maybe we'll bump down the shade to 700, and that's looking a lot nicer. Now we might want to add, actually it looks like our photography portfolio logo went to the left because we hid this item, and it's a flex item. So because it's hidden, now everything is being shifted over. So we actually don't want to hide that. We just want to say the text is transparent so it doesn't exist in the UI. So now we've got this centered again in our button. This isn't the prettiest thing in the world. You could add some custom fonts there, which we might do, but it works for now. Now what we want to do to this button is add a hover effect. So what I generally do there is maybe just lower the opacity on it. So we can use the hover pseudo selector, a colon, and then we'll say background opacity will be, let's say 90, so 90%. So now when we hover, we get that nice little hover effect. And then what I usually do is I'll just add like a placeholder link or something. So this is a button, but it's really a link to go somewhere. So we're going to use the next link component, and we're going to wrap that in a button. And since it's a link, it's actually no longer a button. So what we're going to do is change this to, or actually, let's comment that out for a second. The href on the link, we'll just put a hashtag in there to go nowhere for now. Get in touch is the text of the link, and then Next.js introduced class names on the new link component. So we can just pass all these class names up here, delete what we had before, and then let's go back and see if that worked. So the styles look the same, and when we click it, it goes to that hashtag. So we got that in there. We've got our header here. So we're done with that. And now we just need to add the placeholder for the main and the footer. To do that, we're going to go to headless UI, which I mentioned we're going to use the tabs component. You can read through all the documentation, but ultimately you'll go down to the component API, and this is all the props that you can pass to this component. So let's go to a basic example and copy this. And we have not yet installed this, so it's not going to work yet. So this is actually going to be our menu. And what we need to do, let's go ahead and give us some room here. We need to add, let's see, how do we install this? Headless UI, let's see, how do we install? Let's go to GitHub maybe. Okay, so install headless UI React at latest. That works. So we're adding headless UI, which I think it's built by the same people that built Tailwind, so it's very compatible in that sense. And now we can hit Command period. Well, let's go ahead and reload the window to refresh all those dependencies. And now we can hit Command period, and it'll give us the suggested import, so we'll do that. Now we'll see the underlines go away. We can hit save, and it'll format things correctly. And if we look at our example, you can see that there's 4 tabs. Now let's go ahead and just do 3 to keep things simple. We'll do an all tab, and then we'll do a placeholder for the next 2 because we don't know what photos we're going to use yet. So all tab, and then maybe, let's see, maybe we'll do like a landscape photography. So let's do oceans and forest. And then the content will be all photos, oceans, and forest. And those are just placeholders from now. So let's go back to our next app, and you can see that we've got some basic text there. Now, of course, we want to style these. So what we need to style is this tab list, which is going to be turned into this navigation right here. So all we need to do is add a class name. Let's go ahead on the group. We're going to say that it's a flex container. Actually, I'm sorry. We need to add a div around this because there's no available class name for the entire group. So this will be a flex container, and we want to justify the entire menu to be centered. And then the tab list itself is also going to be a flex container with the items centered, and then we'll do a gap of, let's say, 4. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so we're getting closer. So there's our all tab, oceans, forest, and then it says all photos, because that is the first tab that we have used. Now we want the all photos to come down on the next line. And the way that we do that is we say that this is going to be a flex column. And I believe we need to, instead of justify center, we need to do item center. So there we go. So there's our menu. And as we click these, you'll see that the placeholders go to the appropriate content. Now, the last thing we need to do for our layout, we'll style up all this text as well. But the last thing we need to do is make some space down here and then also push this footer to the footer. So we'll say that the footer is going to be, we'll skip this email address and we'll just do the logo down here. So we'll give it, let's call it 60 pixels as the footer. So we'll come down to the footer and give it a class name. 60 pixels. Oops. And then what we need to do is basically, right now it's staying up here at the top. You'll see that it's exactly 60 pixels. But what we want to do is have this footer be 60 pixels, the header be 90 pixels, and then the other content will take up the rest of the space. So what we can do is use the Flexbox option of grow. So this will be a regular flex item, this will be a regular flex item, and then the main content will be a growing flex item. So let's go ahead and do that on the main. We'll say that this is grow, and that means that we need to create this outer container as a flex container. And let's go ahead and use that as flex column so that they're going on top of each other. So that means that this head is basically invisible in terms of HTML. So the flex items that we have are the header, the main content, and the footer, which means that by placing grow on the child item, that's going to grow it and take up the remaining space. So hopefully that worked, and it looks like it did. You can see that our first item here, and then our growing item, and then our footer item. And if you wanted to, you can click Layout in the DevTools and actually click on this Flexbox overlay, and you can see the boundaries of it. So that's really helpful as you're designing a layout. Now the last thing obviously is these tabs don't look very good. So let me get rid of, actually let me leave that on there just to give us some guidelines. We need to style these tabs, and it looks like the styling of them are pretty simple. They're just grayed out text that are going to be spaced apart a little bit. And it also looks like the highlighted tab is going to have a lighter text color than the non-highlighted tabs. So let's go back to our tab list. And what we want to do is probably put a larger gap. So let's try out a gap of 8. You can see that's getting them a little further apart. It's not quite there, so let's try 12. And that's, reasonable. That's about what we want. And then we also want to, by default, give the tabs a certain color, and then when they're highlighted, a different color. So what we can do is use a React render prop that the headless UI supplies us. So if we go back to tabs, and then we go to the tab list, you'll see that there is a render prop right here, which is the selected index. We also have, it looks like, a render prop on each tab called selected, which I believe this is what we are looking for. Okay, so actually we're looking for the tab list, I think. Let's see, tab. No, we can just use the tab itself. So this is the tab component, and it has a render prop of selected, which tells us whether that tab is currently selected. So to use a render prop in React, you go within that component, which is the list itself. Or sorry, we're not using the list. We want to use the tab. And what we want to do, let's forget about those second couple tabs for a second, and let's delete this for a moment. And what we want to do is open up some brackets, which is React's way of saying I'm going to use some JavaScript variables. And then what I want to do is pass a function, which is the render prop function. So here's my function. It's an arrow function with a return component. So what we want to use is, or actually we can just pass a string, I believe. Maybe not. We have to actually pass a component. So maybe we'll say this is going to be a span of all. So there's our tab. And right now we can go back and see that still. So it's still working. You can flip back and forth. But this render prop is going to pass us a property called selected. And because we're using TypeScript, we should be able to get the type on that, which is a Boolean. And what we want to do now is go to the span and give it a class name. And right here, we're going to say if it is selected, we want to give it a text of white. Otherwise, it's going to be a text of stone, maybe the 600 shade. So let's hit Command S, and it'll reformat. And just so that you know, if you don't use Prettier, it's a Visual Studio Code extension, and I have that set up in my settings. So if you open user settings, I have these two configured. So that is the extension. It says format on save true. So because of that, every time I hit save, it reformats the file. Anyways, here is our logic. We're going to say if that Boolean is selected, it's text white, otherwise it's stone. Let's go ahead and see if that worked, which it does not appear to be working. Actually, it is working. It is working because when we click another tab, you can see that goes dark. Now, the reason it's not working with these is because we didn't configure these down here. And a way to do this that's a little bit easier is rather than having to repeat this code every single time, what we'll do is we'll come up here outside of the component so it doesn't change on every re-render, and we'll say tabs. So what I generally like to do here is give it a key and then a display property. So we have an array, and our key is going to be all. Our display is going to be in uppercase all. This is a little bit redundant here, but it's just a pattern that I generally use. So we'll say oceans, display is oceans, and then forest. Okay, so there's our tabs, and then now what we can do is come here in the tab list, open up some brackets, say tabs.map, and then for each tab, we're going to use an arrow function to return a new component. And that component is going to be what we just created here, so we can paste that in, and now we can get rid of these last two. Now what we have to do with React, it needs a key prop whenever you iterate through an array so that it knows how to re-render. So what we want to do is pass that the tab.key, which we know is unique, and then save. So now what it's going to do is render each tab. So all we need to do is pass the tab.display, which is what we want to display. Hit save, and now you can see forest is highlighted and the other two are not. And every time we click, the one that's not highlighted will turn that gray. So The last thing we need to do is add some padding, because you can see these like selected borders are hugging this text a little bit too much. So let's go to that tab and let's see, let's go ahead and add a class name and give it a padding of 2. Now you can see that there's some padding around that. Now you can see this is a little off center. Let's go ahead and try to center that. So we'll come up to photography portfolio and we'll say text center, which did not really work. So it looks like we might need to work around this. Since we're not doing the hamburger menu, let's just go ahead and delete that placeholder so that these get wrapped to the left. That looks a little bit better to me. So now we have a pretty decent header, photography portfolio, get in touch. Now the last thing I think we need to do here is go ahead and create these tab panels, a placeholder for those, and then center this footer. So let's center the footer real quick because that's pretty easy. So we just go down to footer. We've already given it a height. Let's display flex, justify everything in there as center, and then align everything center. Now we should see that placeholder for the footer, which is great. Let's just rename this to the same thing we had at the top, photography portfolio. That's looking good. And then now we can work on these panels. So what we want to do with each panel is we're going to make a placeholder box. So let's see if we can give a class. We can't give a class name to the panels, but what we can do is give a class name on each panel, I believe. And what I want to do is just give it a background of blue 200 for now, and then give it a height of full, and then a max width of, I don't know, let's say 900 pixels. And then a width of full. So basically what it'll do is on a mobile device, it will be full width. On a desktop device, it'll be a max of 900, and it'll always be 100% height. And then finally, let's add some padding of maybe 2 on a mobile device. And then on larger devices, we'll give it a padding of 4 with this little small breakpoint pseudo selector. So let's go look at that All Photos tab. And you can see there's our background blue. Now, of course, we gave it a full height, but it's not occupying the full height. And the reason there is because I believe the flex container around this is not a full height, nor is, well, the main is going to grow, so that is full height. So let's see what's going on here. Okay, so it looks like there's a div here that we need to target, which might be the entire tab panels. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. So we gave it a height full for the entire panels, and I think what I want to do is move all of these classes up to that point. Okay, so here we go. So we've got a max width of 900, so you can see that on larger devices it's staying kind of centered. This is where our photos are going to go. Now let's add some margin on top so that it's not hugging this tab menu too directly. So we'll do margin Y of, let's say, 6. Will give us a decent feel. And there you go. That is basically the container that we're going to use to put all of those photos. So you can see that there's like a container holding these, and that's what we're going to go ahead and use. To make it less ugly, I'll go ahead and give this a slightly nicer background. So we'll say stone of maybe 900, and then the background opacity will be 20 or something like that. Oops. Maybe 80 instead. There we go. So now you can see the little container that we're going to use will eventually replace that. But so far, I mean, this isn't perfect. There's a lot of tweaks that you could do to make this look even better, including, you know, some custom fonts, a custom logo, and maybe even a better background image. But this will do for now. I don't want to get into those details as it is kind of a distraction from what we're doing. So this is good enough for now and represents the entire UI that we'll use to put our photos in there. Okay, let's go back to our chapters, close out these. And so far, we have completed steps 1 through 5. We have deployed to Vercel, we've built the layout, and now it's time to make the Masonry grid of photos. Before we do that, let's quickly go over to our Git utility, and generally check over your work, but I'm just going to go ahead and say add layout as my next commit. And we're going to sync changes. And now let's go to Vercel, go to our photography portfolio tutorial, and you can see that it is building. It's using the build cache, so it should be relatively quick. We now have the entire layout completed. So that's great. It looks awesome. And it's time to work on the next part. All right, I'm back. It's a bit later, as you can see in the background. Got the light on. Got my spearmint tea to soothe the voice from all the talking today. Next up, we're going to build a masonry grid. But before we do that, just want to say thank you for watching. If you enjoy this video, if you've learned anything, be sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. That really helps me out, and couldn't appreciate it more. Next up, let's make this masonry grid. And what I mean by that is basically a grid like, think of Pinterest, how there are different aspect ratio photos. So let's just go see that right now. Let's go to Pinterest. I think I have some old account that we can log in with. Let's say, all right, we like vehicles and cars. All right, perfect. I don't really love vehicles and cars that much, but hopefully this will give us something to go with. All right, so as you can see, like all of these photos are different aspect ratios. So this one's a little shorter than this one. Let's see if we can find like a wider one. Like right here, this one's more of a square, like 1:1 aspect ratio. But what you'll notice in this grid here is that there's equal spacing between all of these cards. And what's tricky about getting this effect is if you look at a basic CSS grid. So let's go ahead and open up, let's say CodePen would be a good place to go. So just to demonstrate the challenge we face here, what I've done is I've created a basic container that is a flex container, and then 4 divs that are all different heights. So they're all the same width, 400 pixels. The div container is 800 pixels, which would be able to contain 2 of them before it wraps according to the flex wrap. So as you can see, the issue we have here is this empty white space. We want this purple block to be pulled upward and sit right below that blue container. But with Flexbox, we can't achieve that. That's not something that we can really achieve natively. Now, something you could do is you could create 2 different basically pseudo columns. So if we were to put an intermediate div in here and then place 2 of them per column, something like this. Now you'll see that they wrap up correctly, but the issue with this is, what if you don't know how many columns you want? What if you want it to be different for different screen sizes? Well, the next thing you could try is maybe CSS grid. This would be another approach that most people would probably try. But if we did that, let's say display grid, and then we said grid template columns is 2. That should throw them in 2 columns if I got that right. Grid columns. I'm probably missing the CSS property. Let's see. Oh, whoops, I'm trying to use Tailwind classes here. So let's say 400 pixels by 400 pixels. And once again, we have this problem where there's this white space here. So what a Masonry library or CSS library is going to be doing is going to be pulling that up, and it's going to be dynamic so that you can create as many columns as you want, and it can be responsive on different screen sizes. So what we're going to use, as I showed earlier, is, let's pull it up, requirement. We're going to use the React Masonry CSS. So let's go ahead and check that out. React Masonry CSS. And reading through this NPM package, it's going to tell you why. It says existing solutions like React, Wrapped, Desandro, Masonry, while popular, don't actually leverage React's highly optimized virtual DOM renderer. And what they mean by that here is when you're pulling those images upward to fill that space, there's a lot of computation that has to happen. And when you're using React, it's using a different DOM rendering strategy than vanilla JS. So ultimately what they're saying is that solution, which this one is probably the most popular Masonry layout solution, is just not very performant. So what this package aims to do is simplify things and be a performant, lightweight CSS solution, which is what I ultimately went with because I want something that's performant. I want it to behave responsively, but also not glitchy. Now, as you'll see, they call out what this does not do very clearly. It does not work with elements that have different widths. So we basically need to make sure that the images that we put in our Masonry grid are going to be sized to have the same width. Now that's relatively easy, even if your photos are different widths. So say you have a 2000 pixel wide photo and a 1000 pixel wide photo, that's okay. We can just shrink the 2000 to come down to the 1000 until we have a constant width. And then also it says sorting based on height kills performance, so we do not implement that. For this basic image gallery, we really don't need to sort based on height. And ultimately we could do that on our own if we had some image metadata. And you'll see when we get into the Unsplash API, it does provide us with some of that metadata. So if we wanted to, we could get into that sorting a little bit in the JavaScript side of things. Let's get this thing built. So we'll go down to the simple usage section. Let me make this bigger. It's pretty small, probably. Oops. Let's go down here, and it just shows that you import the React component, and this component will take a couple of props, and then you can style it with CSS and make it even responsive with different breakpoints. I've already implemented a lot of this, so I'll be using a very similar strategy to what we're seeing here. Let's go back to our code base and open up the index page again. So the home page that we've been working with. And where we're going to put all of these images is going to be within these panels. Now, each panel corresponds to a tab. So as we go and look at our app that we've created here, you can see we have these 3 tabs. And this content down here, the placeholder, has changed each time we click them. So we're going to fill those tabs up with images, and longer term, once we get a more dynamic set of images, we're going to be declaring an array up here within the component and then iterating through that array for each of the panels based on certain filters. For now, like I always like to do when starting something out, we're just going to hard code things. So we'll just go into the All Photos tab and create our Masonry grid. And what I've done off camera is gone through and downloaded 5 different pictures of the ocean, because that was our different themes, oceans and forest. So I've got 5 images of the ocean, all different aspect ratios. And what I'm going to do is create this Masonry layout. So let's go ahead and install this. And what we need to do is go to that documentation and see that we just need to install this package. All right, so we'll paste that in, install it, and it doesn't want to do anything because I did not add it. Just typed it wrong. Okay, and at this point, we just need to import the component at the top of our file. So now we can put that Masonry component here, and since we're using TypeScript, we'll get a lot of auto-completion. We know that we're going to need to style it with a class name, and then we also know from the example that we'll need to style the column class name. So this will be how the columns are displayed. And then from here, I'm just hard coding all 5 of those images. For now, we're going to use the basic HTML image, but eventually we'll get into how to use the Next.js image component. So let's start with the simplest image. Always make sure to give it an alt prop. We'll say ocean1, and then the source here is going to be ocean1.jpg. Now it's yelling at us for something, and it says do not use the image element, use the Next.js image element. We're not worried about that. As I just said, we'll get into that in a bit, but we're going to start out simple. So we'll copy this down 5 times and update those numbers so that it references the correct file, and then update the alts, just good accessibility practice, and then save it. Let's see what we've got here. Well, looks like we have nothing because we're on oceans, which is, we're working on the all tab right now. And now you can see that we are, we've got the images. So this is what we're working with. Now we just have to figure out how to put those in a Masonry grid. Let's close out some tabs here and go back and see what kind of CSS they're using. So what you'll see here is that we can do a breakpoint columns object or just a single number to say how many columns we want our grid. So let's go ahead and define that. We'll start with just 2 columns. Breakpoint columns, did I get that right? Okay, breakpoint calls, and we'll just say 2 to start out with. So let's see what that does for us. Looks like nothing at the moment. So I think what we're going to need to do is go back here and see what they're doing with the grid. And as you can see, we're actually making the entire grid a flex container, which will put images side by side. And then it'll also add some width and margin. Let's start with the flex box though. So in order to do that, we'll just add a class name of flex. Now we're getting this 2-column layout that we've defined, but we have a very big problem, and that is that we're scrolling past that container. So if you remember, let me go ahead and take these images out for a moment. So I'm going to highlight the Masonry grid and comment that out, and you'll see our placeholder. And then if I go back to the layout tab where I had shown you the flex containers that we had the nav bar, we had the footer, and then we had the content in between that was growing to fit the size of that container. And what you'll notice on the right is there's no scroll bar. But the problem is once this box right here gets larger than this container, it's going to add the scroll bar, and then it's not going to know what to do, so we'll have the white space at the bottom. So let me go ahead and break this on purpose for a moment. What I want to do is, instead of setting the panels as a height of full, I'm going to set them to a very high pixel, 2000 pixels, which is going to spill way out of the container to simulate what the Masonry grid is doing. but it'll look a little bit simpler. So now instead of all those images, we're just seeing this gray box that's breaking out of the container. And what you'll also notice is that this header is shrinking. So we did not set the flex shrink property to 0. So all we did was set the grow property of this main content to 1, which means fill all the remaining space. So the flex box is shrinking this child element to as small as it can possibly be, which we do not want. We want that to be a fixed height. So what we're going to do is actually refactor the layout a little bit. This was actually my bad. It was the first time I went through this. I hadn't built this before, this actual layout. And I think the more appropriate way to build this layout would be with a fixed header container and then a footer container that sits at the bottom. So we don't even need Flexbox for the outer shell. And if you remember, let me go ahead and collapse everything here. I'll collapse the head because that doesn't really affect anything. And right now we're looking at an outer div. This is the main container, which we have created a display flex on. And then the flex items are the header, main, and footer. What we can do is instead remove that flex container. So now this grow property of main no longer does anything. And these are just regular HTML elements at this point. Display block. Now what we'll do is for the header, or actually let me show you what this looks like now. And you can see that it actually hasn't changed a whole lot because all we were doing with the flex column was basically stacking divs on top of each other. So now what we want to do, we know that this height of 90 pixels is going to be constant. We want to make the header a fixed positioning. And when you make it a fixed positioning, you now have to tell it that it needs to be 100% width. And just for good measure, let's give it a z-index of 10, which is going to be greater than the main content. So if the main content scrolls, we want it to go under this header and not over it. So we've set this fixed width full z10, and I believe by default this already happens, but let's go ahead and say we want it 0 units from the top, 0 pixels from the top of the viewport. Fixed elements are always relative to the entire viewport. Now, if you do absolutely positioned elements, that's relative to the closest container element that has relative positioning. So fixed is always relative to the entire viewport. Let's go ahead and save that. And now what we're going to do is go over here and you'll see that it looks somewhat similar, but now you'll see that this main content has gone all the way to the top of the screen, and that's because a fixed container does not take up any space in the viewport, and it's always going to stay right here at the top. So that looks good, and now we need to give this main content some padding so that it goes below it. So we know that this header is 90 pixels tall. Let me get this out of the way so we can see everything. It's 90 pixels tall, so we know that if we set some padding on the main container, let's go ahead and say the padding on top of this container is going to be an arbitrary value of 90 pixels. This should position it perfectly. As you can see, it does, but we want some additional space here just to make it look better. So we'll say 90, and then we'll just add maybe 20 additional pixels. So let's say 110 pixels is the padding we want on top. And now you can see that it is positioned back to where we want it. And now when we scroll, it goes behind this header. And if we were to give the header a background color, so let's say background stone of 900, now you'll see that this main content goes under it. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is solve this problem that we've got going on. And how we do that is, if you remember, we set the entire container to a height of full. And since in our globals.css we had set the HTML and body to a height of 100% of the viewport, that means that our container here, let me go back, is going to be 100% of the viewport because it's a direct descendant of the body. So What we want to do is tell this outer container that when content overflows, we want it to have automatic behavior, which is going to be scroll. So the reason we're doing this is because we have this background picture. We could, in many circumstances, just forget about doing this entirely, but the problem is, since we have this background photo, we have to constrain the height to be 100% of the viewport height. Otherwise, that photo is gonna, show up when the user loads the page, but then immediately when they scroll down, the picture is gonna end and it's gonna look weird. So that's why we need to constrain and set an overflow of auto. And now what you'll see is that we no longer have that white space at the bottom and our content scrolls perfectly. And then at the very bottom, you'll see we have our footer. So that's a little bit better. And we can now add back this masonry grid. So I had collapsed that, and let's go ahead and uncomment that. And now you'll see that all of these photos are showing up okay. Now we still have that height of 2000 pixels, which we need to flip back to a height of 100%. And we can also remove the background color because that was just a placeholder. So now we don't have that anymore, and we just have this beautiful image grid. So the next thing we need to do is put some space between these images, because having them all really close to each other just doesn't really make sense. So the way that we can do that is just add a gap, because remember, these are a flex container right here. So all we need to do is add a gap of, let's say, 2. And now you'll see that we have a gap, and that gap is right there in the middle. But we don't have a gap between at the bottom and top of these photos. And I believe the way that we can do that is just by adding some margin. So I know in the example, they gave some margin here as an example. They were doing it padding left. I chose to use a gap on the flex container, and personally think that is probably a better idea than this margin that they've given an example, but who am I to say? But here's what we're really going for, is that margin bottom of 30 pixels. So all I need to do, I believe, we'll try this out, is go to the image itself and put some margin on that. So let me do a quick VS Code shortcut and put the cursor in all of these places at once, if I can remember. Okay, and then we're going to give a class name to the image, and each image is going to have some margin on the top and bottom of 2 units. So, sorry, went to the wrong place. And now you'll see that we have that gap in the middle, a gap of 2 for the flex container, and then a gap on top and bottom of the images of 2. So it looks very nice now, and we have ourselves the beginnings of an image gallery. What you'll also notice is that the aspect ratio of these are very different, but these gaps are going to be consistent throughout. If we would have just used that flex box rather than the masonry grid, we would have ended up with that code pen that I showed you earlier, where there'd be a big gap between these images. All right, we're back. Another day here for me, and let's get back into our project. So what I want to do now is first go back to our requirement file. Actually, not our requirement, our chapters. Okay, so we have found a design, gathered requirements, set up Next, Tailwind, and TypeScript, deployed to Vercel, and built a basic layout, and also built a basic masonry grid at this point. So let's put our little check mark there. And now what I want to do is actually take some time before we build this Lightbox to improve the styling of our overall page, and then also optimize the images that we're showing with Next.js Image. This is super important, especially for a site that's a photography portfolio where the entire site is just all about images. You want them to be as optimized as possible. Now, I have an entire video, I think you can check that out up in the top right corner. I'll try to link to it there, that I go through everything you really need to know about Next.js Image, because it's somewhat of a complicated component that they have available within their framework, but it's awesome. It does so many things for you, and I would highly recommend stopping and watching that entire video before you move forward with this one. So first up, let's look at some styling. So we'll go back to our page, and if we just look at this, I'm no designer or anything, but let me close the dev tool so we can look at it clean. I'm no designer, but there are some things that can definitely be improved. The font is rather boring. I think the gap between these images might need to be a little bit bigger. We might even want to pull in the padding on this header so that it comes inward a little bit. And we might want to make these labels uppercase, because that's kind of what they have in this design here. This is uppercase and spaced out a little bit. So all of those improvements should be relatively quick, and it will give us an opportunity to look at Next.js font optimization, which is a very cool feature of that framework that I don't know that everyone knows about. So it's something that we'll dive into. But first up, let's do something very simple. Let's make these uppercase real quick. That should be very simple through a CSS class. All we need to do is come down to our tab list, which is those list of labels, and we just need to say uppercase, and that class should make all of these uppercase. It's not doing so because I don't need to put it on the list. I need to put it on the tab itself. And at this point, in our class name, we have a ternary operator evaluating the selected variable and doing classes based on that. But this class we want to apply to both. So we need to refactor this a little bit. And something that we can install, that I usually install with any React project, is something called class names. So class names is literally just a utility function that combines string classes. There's nothing fancy going on. You could even write it yourself, but I prefer to just import that from class names. And now we can come down in here and put class names, open up some parentheses, and then we can add another string here. So this will be based on the toggle state of the menu item, and then this will just apply to every menu item. So let's go back, and now you see that we're uppercase, looks great. We could even make this text a little bit larger, so maybe text medium, or actually I think we have to go to text large. There we go. So that's a little bit bigger, a little bit nicer to flip through. And then we can also do that up here for the label, or the logo, our mock logo at least. So let's go up there, and for this, this should really probably just be a span. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. All good. And then we'll put that class there. So we'll say this will also be uppercase, and it'll be text large. And then maybe we'll even say font medium to make it a little bolder. So there you go. You got photography portfolio. And then let's make some padding around this. So the header right now has padding of 6. Maybe we'll put that up to 10. And that pulls things in a little bit. I like that. And then, so I think this upper section looks pretty good. Let's add some additional gaps in that photography grid. So all we need to do there is on the panels or on the Masonry layout where we had the flex container defined, let's bump that up to 4. And then on each of these images, which we'll automate, we won't have to retype this on every image every time once we get this into an array. But for now, we'll do that. So that makes it a little bit nicer, a little bit more gap in there. And then finally at the bottom, you see that photography portfolio mock logo is really close to the bottom of the screen. So we can probably make that a little bit larger, as well as the font size. So let's come down there. Let's bump this up to 90 pixels, the same as the header. And then we can also uppercase it just like the rest. We'll say this will be text large and font medium. So that should bump everything up a little bit. There you go. Now it's kind of coming off of the bottom. Let's go ahead and inspect that just to make sure that we have everything working correctly, and it looks like we do. It's centered within that container. So I think at this point we have a decent looking UI, pretty clean. I'm sure a designer could rip this apart and make a ton of improvements, but for me this is okay. The last thing I want to do is change the font here, because this is not a very fun one, especially for a photography portfolio. So what you can do, something that I use all the time, is this extension up in the top right corner. It's called the Google Fonts. Let's try Google Fonts extension for Chrome. And here it is. It's the Google Font Previewer for Chrome. And the reason that I use this is because it can allow you to quickly iterate and see what different fonts look like without actually installing them in the code. So what it's doing is it's applying a CSS selector to every element on this page, and then you can go through and just click on different fonts and you can see it changes your page. So that's super cool in my opinion. Let's go ahead and open up the dev tools just so that we can bring this in and see it a little bit easier. So we'll open that up, and now we can just go through and look for some different fonts that might make more sense to us. We're looking for something a little bit more fun because it's a photography website. Ooh, that's very wide. That one's okay, I like that. Okay, so I've found a font. It's called Expletus Sans, is I think how you say that. And I've got it pulled up on Google Fonts here. And what you would normally do is go through and just select the different styles of this font, different weights that you want. Usually you'd only select the ones that you need, but here I'll just select all of them, and then you can always delete them later. So once you select them, in this bottom right corner, it gives you the link tag that you'd put in your HTML or the CSS import that you would use to import it into your CSS. And then the rule, the font family rule that you would use to enable it within your application. Now we could do this, and we could come back to our app, wherever that is, and we could either import it, I believe, into globals CSS, or we can just come to the _app file and put it there, or Next.js has a custom document file that you could put it in. So there's a bunch of options, but we're going to go to the Next.js documentation for font optimization. So there's a utility package called Next Font, which will automatically optimize your font, including custom ones, and remove external network requests for improved privacy and performance. Now, why is this important? Well, this is important because every time you include a Google font on your site, that is hosted by an external server. So you have to make an individual network request every time that page loads to go out and grab that font and load it into your page. Now, if you can avoid that, that's great, because a network request introduces latency based on how fast or slow the network is. So obviously we would want to have something that is not dependent on that if we can help it. And that's what Next Font does for us. So it includes built-in automatic self-hosting for any font file. And because we're deploying this on Vercel, it will automatically serve, all of these static assets that it downloads at build time and serves over a CDN and whatnot. So it's very fast. So the usage section shows you that you have to install Next Font. I guess it's a separate package that they distribute. And here's a little guide for Google Fonts, but I'm going to save us some time and keep scrolling because there is a section specifically for Tailwind CSS because we're using that. Now what it's telling us to do here is that we will define the font as a CSS variable, and then we'll define that in our Tailwind config file. So the first thing we need to do is install Next font. So let me do that. We'll just come to the terminal here and yarn add @next font, I believe is what it was. So let's try that. And we have added the next font, and now it says that we need to import the font that we want within the _app.js file. For us, that is app.tsx. So we're already here. We can just copy that in, and you can see inter has been imported. But we want something else. We want the Expletus Sans font. So luckily with TypeScript, we should be able to just get some autocomplete on this, or not, maybe not. Expletus Sans, well, okay, we don't see that. So what I'm going to do is hover over this import, hold down Command on my Mac or Control on a PC, and click. And then what this will pop up is the file it's exported from. We'll do the same thing until we get to that node module that kind of exports all of these different fonts. And so now we're just going to do a Control F and search for Expletus Sans. And you can see that it's declared as this function. So there's an underscore rather than the uppercase. So let's go back to app and just put an underscore there, and you can see the underlines go away. We've imported it correctly. So that's just a cool little trick. You can always command and click on those imports in VS Code and get some really good information. So we've imported Expletus Sans. Now what? We go back to our font optimization, and let's copy this block for inter, and then replace that with our font. Okay, and then the subsets, it says Latin. I believe that's what we want. I think that's just the language that we're using, and I could go look this up. It looks like Latin or Latin extension, so I'm going to guess we're going with Latin. I don't really feel like researching that a whole lot. We'll just try it. And then finally, the variable is font inter. We're just going to say font Expletus, and then, yeah, we'll just leave it there. We know what that means. And then finally, it says that we need to add a class name that declares that. So let's do that, and we can, I believe, I don't know if we can do this on the main component here. I guess so. I guess we're good to do that. So let's try. So that will apply these classes to our entire app, because we've got in our index page, which is basically the home page, that's where all of our content is, and then the app page wraps around that, which is represented by component right here. So let's try and add this to our Tailwind config now. We just need to go down to the theme section and extend it with an additional font family. And it says extend it with font sans, and I'm not sure if our Expletus, well, yeah, it's Expletus Sans, so that is probably an appropriate label for it. Doesn't really matter. You can label it whatever you want. Sorry, I keep going back to the wrong page. So we'll Command P and search for Tailwind config, and then we'll replace the theme extend with a font family extension. And what this means is when we say font sans, that just means that we can use font sans class within our HTML now, and it will grab that custom variable that we just defined right here. So font expletus, and it will assign it to the font sans, and then it will back it up. It'll default to the default Tailwind sans font. Okay, so now the last thing, we have to get this variable because it's not defined, and we'll get that from the default theme that Tailwind provides. So we'll grab this right here, paste that in to our file, and it's going to yell at us. It says cannot find module next Babel, and I've run into this before. All we need to do is open our ESLint because that's what is yelling at us there. Create the extends as an array, and now we'll just say next Babel. Save that, close it, and you should be good on this import now. And this font family should be populating. So we can close Tailwind out, and I believe at this point, this is the class that tells the entire application to use our custom font. And then we just need to update our variable here. So we'll say expletus sans. And that will grab this variable right here. So we should be good, and hopefully that all worked to the point where we can see it in our app. Let's refresh. It says next font Google failed to run. If you just installed next font, please try restarting your server. Okay, so we're gonna come down here, hit Control-C, and then run it again, yarn dev, and then we'll try to see if it works this time. Okay, it says configured incorrectly still. Okay, all we had to do was resave the file. Okay, so now that we have everything configured correctly, let's make sure that the font actually worked. And I'm not so sure this looks like the font that we had downloaded, so something might be going on here. It looks like the font is 18 pixel times font, which is not what we are looking for. So let me throw something around here. Let me throw this class name into a div. And wrap that component. Okay, now we're getting expletus sans correctly, and it looks correct. So all we needed to do, I'm not sure that you can give a class name to the component that's default passed as a next component type. I'm not going to dig too far into that, but wrapping it in a div and assigning the class name there seems to work. So we'll go with that. And you can see now we have expletus sans, everything looks great. So now we have a much nicer looking portfolio, and you'll also notice if you dig into the network tab, we should not be seeing any external Google font requests. Well, actually probably should in development because it's going to rebuild on every refresh, but once we get into production, it will reach out, grab all of those Google font styles and put them in the build assets, and then we'll have it all local, and you don't have to make a network request to load this. All right, so the last thing that we need to do in terms of optimization is actually twofold. One of them is obvious, the other one is not obvious. So let's start with the obvious one, and it's these images. Right now we are using, let me clean up everything, close all my saved files, and then we'll open up our index file again. Right now we're just using the regular HTML image, but Next.js provides us an image component, which is great, and it does a lot of optimization for us behind the scenes. So all we need to do is import this as image from next image. Oh, looks like we already had that. I must have had that from playing around with this earlier. And when we do that, there's one thing that's very important to note. This image component will auto-optimize your images, which means it will resize them according to the size of your screen. In other words, if the screen is a mobile device, it's going to resize it down to a very small size and load that rather than the largest size it has available. And the reason that's important is because you don't want to load a 3,000 pixel wide photo on a mobile device, because that takes up a lot of bandwidth and adds a lot of latency to the network request. So we're going to leverage that. But the one thing that you'll have to know is that this only works when you deploy it to Vercel, because Vercel behind the scenes is going to know that if you're using the image component, that it needs to download that image, do all of its resizing and compression, and then put those into a source set on the image so that it knows which one to load on the different screen sizes. So it's doing all of these things behind the scenes, and that is happening on the Vercel servers, and they actually have a usage limit for that. So it's 1,000 origin images on the free plan. So in other words, for every 1,000 unique images. So if you reload the same image, 10,000 times, that only counts as one against your quota. But if you load 2,000 different unique images, then they'll count that against your quota. And once you go over 1,000, you'll start getting charged for it. So it's a pretty generous free tier, but just be aware of that. And once again, I've explained all of this stuff in a lot more detail in my Next.js Image video. So if you haven't watched that yet, please go watch that. All of this is going to make a lot more sense. But at this point, I will assume you have watched it and go ahead and set this up. First thing I want to do is refactor this so that we're not repeating ourselves 5 different times. So we've got all of these different sources. So let's come up to the top. So similar to how we did tabs, we're going to do images. Now, there is an option that you would have to import these images locally. If you import them locally, so let's say Ocean1 from public, and then I think that's all we need to do. Public ocean1.jpg. Okay, so that should be a locally imported Next.js image. And what happens here is if it's locally imported, Vercel, the hosting platform we're on, will actually at build time load that image, figure out the dimensions of it, and configure all the different sizes and place that in the Next.js image component automatically. So the benefit of that is that we won't have to figure out the sizes of these images. So 4 and 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so let me show you what that looks like. All you have to do is come down here. Let's comment these out so we have a reference. And now we're going to use the image component. Okay, and let's see, we'll say the source is going to be Ocean1. And then the next one, oops. We'll just do this across the board. And then I think we have to add an alt property. So let me see. Oops, went down too far. I'm trying to highlight things all at once. There we go. All you have to do is hit Command and Option at the same time and hit your down arrow, and that will highlight all of them at the same time. So we'll put an alt, and it will just be placeholder because I don't want to spend the time to do that. And this is really all you have to do when you have locally imported images. So we should be able to go back and hopefully this all worked. It looks like, oh, that's because we didn't fill in the rest. Ocean 3, Ocean 4, Ocean 5. And once again, those are referencing these local imports that we did. So now you can see that everything is importing correctly, and once again we need to add this margin, otherwise it's not going to work. So once again we'll hold down Command and Option and hit the down arrow right here. Got to be in a different mode of Vim for VS Code. Okay, and then we'll say class name is margin top and bottom of 4. And now we are back to where we started. Now these images are actually being optimized now. So if we click on them, what you'll see is that there's all sorts of things going on here. So each of them are a regular HTML image now, but what's happening is there's a source set. And that source set, as you can see, let's see if we can kind of click on this, it's getting the path of an image, and it's giving a list of different sizes that need to be used for this image. And so as you resize the screen, it's going to select a different size of that image. So we're very much a work in progress, but let's go ahead and say we want to improve. Our commit is improve styles, add images. Okay, so we'll commit that to main, and that should deploy in just a minute or so. As you can see, we've got this building right here in our Vercel dashboard. Okay, so it took 49 seconds and it should be ready. So let's visit that. And what you'll notice is that each of these images, now that we're using Next.js Image, they already occupy space when we load it. So if you noticed, it didn't the images did not go from top to bottom. They just already had a placeholder space, and then they just filled themselves in. So that's a pretty cool effect that we can get with Next.js Image. Now the issue, I believe, if we inspect this and go to the network tab, and let's throttle this to a slow 3G and hit refresh. And actually let's try to disable the cache. And what I want you to look for is how that image loads in the background. So this is our background image, and see how that loaded? And now we have these images loading, but once again, they've already got space within the DOM. So they're not shifting the layout, they're just filling in pixel by pixel with this slow network, but they're not actually shifting the layout. So as this site is refreshing, watch that background image and how it's loading. And then watch the images themselves and how they're loading. Once they finally do load. There, they've started loading, okay? So now what we want to do, and I think we might be able to simulate this locally. So let's try that. We'll disable the cache and do a slow 3G. I think the issue here with this local is it's doing all the developer stuff, developer dependencies and whatnot. But anyways, we want to make this a little bit better. The good thing about Next.js Image by default is that there's no cumulative layout shift. In other words, there's already space in the DOM allocated for all of these images from the start of the load of the page. So let's refresh it again. And what you'll notice is that we've got a scroll bar from the very start of this page load once we get our first contentful paint. So there it is. There's the scroll bar. That means that we've already got those images allocated. Now, if we would go to back here, and instead of using next image, we use the native default image. Now let's refresh it. We're still on this slow network. And as you can see, it's just taking longer in general because of these images, because they're pretty huge images and they're loading the full size because they're not optimized by Next.js. So they're loading the full size and it loads all at once rather than image per image. So it makes the user wait a lot longer than if we use the Next.js image. So that's one benefit there. So let's bring back our next images, and then let's talk about a little property that we can use on each of these that allows us to load them a little bit easier, and that is the blur property, or should be the placeholder blur. So let's look at that first image and how this loads on a slow network, and you can see that it automatically blurs that image while it's waiting for the rest of the image to load. And meanwhile, these ones don't have any blur, so it's just blank space. So obviously on a slow network, that's going to be a much more desirable user experience that we can have. Now, it works by default because we are using local images. So this all works because we've got these local, and what Next.js is doing is it's downloading each image, it's figuring out the width and the height so it can allocate that space in the DOM, and then it's generating a low quality image placeholder that will activate based on this placeholder property of blur, and it's putting that into the UI before the full image is loaded, and you get this pleasant effect that we just saw. Let's go to no throttling and see if we can get that. So you see how that was already there and the rest just flashed? It's very subtle, but you can see it. It's a much nicer way to load an image. So we'll go ahead and do this for all of them, but before we do that, let's refactor this so we only have to declare this image component once. One way that we can do this is we go down to our images and just create an array. So we'll just use Ocean 1, Ocean 2, 3, 4, 5. And that should be grabbing these statically imported images. And now we can just go down here and refactor this to say images.map. For each image, we're going to grab this image component and place it. Oops, I missed on that. So we'll place the image component in there. We, of course, now need to add a key prop because we're iterating through an array. And in this case, each image source is unique. So we can grab the source of that image, and then we can get rid of the rest of these here. And so now when we save, it should be working. If we go back, refresh the page, and it looks like we got the same one of each. And I'm sorry, that's because I'm putting Ocean 1 in all of these. We really just need image. So not the image source, we need the whole image to go in that source property. And now it's going to load all of these with that blur placeholder. And if I throttle it to a fast 3G and disable the cache, you'll see that effect happening on all of them. So you'll notice there's space allocated for each of them right at page load, and then they will have a low quality image placeholder to start, and then they fill themselves in one at a time. So you can see this is a great way to load images. It's much faster and efficient, and the user experience is awesome. So on a fast network, it doesn't show anything, but on slow 3G networks, you'll see a huge difference. Now, one thing to note is that when we pull from Unsplash, we get some dynamic images. We're not going to be able to know what those images are, and it would be very inefficient to import every single image and then place them in an array. So what we'll do is we will simulate these imports with our own little algorithm, and then we'll put them into an array and then filter that array based on the type of image that we're dealing with. So this will be very easy to refactor, and I think our UI at this point is set up. Now the last thing that we need to do that would be pretty nice is if we could take this image that's behind everything that's being used as a background image and optimize it with Next.js Image. See, the issue we have is that because we're using it as a CSS background, we cannot leverage Next.js Image to do all of that fun stuff that we just talked about. So for just the moment, let's get rid of this Masonry grid. Just comment it out so that we have a blank UI. and then reload the page. As you can see, we're actually not getting a full height, which is not noticeable when we've got images in there, but it is now. So we should probably fix that and give this a full height. And the reason that's happening is because if you remember, we put in our font class on the app.js or app.tsx. We wrapped it with this div, but then we forgot to actually throw in a height full. And remember, we're getting that full height from the outer HTML body. So this is where that height is defined. And in order to leverage that, we need all the descendant components to use a height of 100%. So now we go back and it should work just okay. You can see our footer is floating here up top, but that's okay right now. We'll always have images in here, and in theory, you could put that at the bottom and make it a fixed footer, just like we did the header. But I actually prefer this to scroll with the content. So I don't want that to be sticky down at the bottom. I want that to be out of view until you scroll all the way down through the images. So we're okay with that. Now let's look at this image here and see how we could achieve the same effect without using it as a background CSS property. And one way that we can do that is to create an image that is in absolutely or fixed positioned image, and then place that at the top left and make it a full height and width. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to our index file, and let's go ahead and copy our image from here. Okay. And then let's import our background. So background image from background, what did we call this? Okay, this is what we're looking for, that path. Okay, so there's our background image. And now we can just pass the source of background image. We don't need a key because we're not iterating through an array. And we'll keep all of these except for that class name because it's not in a grid. And we'll just say background image as this alt. So now what you'll notice is we're all messed up, I believe. So we've got this background image sitting down here. We still have the original. Let's get rid of that original. So we'll get rid of all of those background properties. And now we should just see that background image right here. This is full size. But what we want to do is make this, I believe, a fixed positioning. So that will make it fixed, pinned to the left and top. So that's how you align that fixed image, and let's see how that looks. Okay, so now we have this image, it's fixed, and it's basically looking just like it did as a background image, so that's great. And now we're using Next.js Image, so it's going to be optimized. And if we reload the page, let's go back to our network tab, throttle it to a fast, or let's go with a slow 3G and disable the cache. So let's go ahead and refresh. And now you should see that the background will have that blur placeholder when we first load the screen, which is super important because this is the biggest image that loads on the entire page. And it will really affect the user experience if we're not optimizing it. So we're almost there to get this loading. Sometimes this throttling makes it too slow to even deal with, but it's good to visualize things. So notice you'll see a blur placeholder and then it fills in. Okay, so that's really important and will be very helpful with our user experience. The last thing I want to do, because this is crystal clear now, is I want to put a linear gradient over it so it's a little bit blurred in the background. So that should be relatively easy to do. And all we need to do is create a div, which is going to act very similarly to that image. And we're going to call it a fixed position, left 0 and top 0. widthful and heightful, which means entire screen. Okay, and let's for now give it a background of blue 200 just to see it plain as day. So if we look at our page here, you won't see it at all, and that's because it's got a lower, it's above that image, so I believe, yeah, it was above the image, so the Z index being equal made it so that it was behind it. So you could put a different Z index, but we could just leverage the fact that it's below in the order of HTML. So let's actually, just for safe measure, give it a Z index of 10, and then this is very redundant because it already has a Z index of 0, but we'll just be expressive and say that this has a higher Z index than this one. And then on top of that, then we need the rest of the page to be a higher Z index than that. So we'll update our header to be a Z index of 20. Main is going to be a Z index of 20. And footer should be a Z index of 20. Okay, so let's go back, and now you can see that we've got that blue. Obviously, we don't want blue. We want a gradient. So let's go to the Tailwind documentation. If we have anything open, Tailwind gradient. If you remember, we're using the stone color swatch. So we can use these gradient color stops, and you can see there should be one for the stone color. And we'll say from stone 900, which is basically a black color. So let's put that in there on this div. We'll say from stone 900. And now there's going to be, we need the direction to go from top to bottom. So let's see how we do that. Okay, so background gradient to right. So I believe that is happening in the background image section. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So we want background gradient to bottom, because we want this to go light to dark. So we'll paste that in there, and then let's go ahead and take a look at what we're dealing with. So it looks like we got some of that gradient going, but it's still pretty clear here at the bottom. Okay, so I actually figured this out. I was just fumbling around here. We want this background gradient to go from the bottom to the top, and we want it to go from a stone of 900. So this is basically saying we want it to start really dark at the bottom and then go lighter as we get to the top. So that effect looks like this, which is really nice. You see this nice little fade going on above the camera, and then when we put the images back in down here with the masonry grid, this should start to look really good. So let's save that and go back. And it's not loading. Let's reload it. Where are our images? Okay, so I just realized what our problem is. The reason we're not seeing anything is because our Z index of 20 that we put on the main class here, or the main tag, is not actually going to apply, because it will only apply if you have a position set. So we have to set it to relative. We also have to set our footer to relative if we want that to show, and that Z index to apply. So we'll go back, and now we see our images, we see our footer, and you can see that nice little fade that's going on in the background with that photographer. So right now, well, looks like we have one more problem, and that is the images are going over our header. So let me see if I can fix that one real quick. So we've set the Z index of the header at 20, and we need that to be 30. And now it's going behind it, which is correct. So it's kind of tough knowing all the Z indexes, and in a larger project, you might try to think through this a little bit more so that you know what layers are going on top of each other, but this should work for such a simple project like this. And now you can see like this looks pretty sweet at this point. So our next goal here is to create the Lightbox so that when you hover over these images, you can actually click them and open them full screen and scroll through them. All right, so now we need to build the Lightbox. We built all of this stuff, built the Masonry grid, and now we need to build the Lightbox. So let's get into that. Now, if you remember from the requirements file, we talked about using LightGallery.js for our Lightbox solution, and that's what we're going to do now. So let me pull that up. Let's pull up the documentation for LightGallery. So here we go. Go to the docs, and it says getting started. You just need to install LightGallery, and they have the yarn command, which we're using, already pre-configured. So we'll go down here in our terminal, paste that in, and install the LightGallery. Okay, and then let's see if there's a quick start. Now, obviously, it's going to tell us to include the CSS and JavaScript files, but we might need to do this a little different based on our React, because this is a vanilla JS library. So let's go to the React docs. In here, it shows you the installation. So install LightGallery via npm. We did that. And then import the React component and styles. So you can see here, we're going to import the component itself. And then here are all the styles. This would be the main style. And then the next two would be the plugins that have been enabled, which we're actually going to use both of them because having a thumbnail and a zoom capability is pretty essential for any Lightbox implementation. So we can basically just copy all of this right here. And then this down here is if you want to use SCSS, but we're using Tailwind, so we don't need that. So let's import those. And we're still in our index file. We may refactor this to have some different components eventually, but for now we can just do it all in one file, which is generally how I work, and then just refactor it later. So looks like everything imported correctly. We don't have any red or yellow squiggly lines yelling at us from ESLint. So we've got the styles imported, and then it's going to ask us to import the plugins if we need. So we can import those plugins as well, and those imported okay. And then the gallery itself is going to be this implementation. So we can just copy that implementation in, and the place we're going to put it is going to be within one of these panels. So let me get rid of my terminal for a minute, just collapse that with Control-tilde. And our gallery is going to go, let's say, below the masonry. And we're going to talk about this a little bit more of where we put this and why. Now, for the moment, let's just put a dummy function in here and say console.log initialized, just to have something in there. Save it, and then for now we'll just have these two photos, and we don't want to touch this for the moment. So let's go ahead and just put in our paths. We don't need those links, we just need images. So we'll say ocean1.jpg, that's one of our paths, and then ocean2.jpg. Okay, we'll save that and then go back to our app, and you can see that these are coming from the light gallery, and I believe if we click them, it goes into the gallery. So just right there, that quickly, we have something working where you can click on these photos and it will make them full screen and go into this light gallery. And you've got, you can close them, you can zoom in, on them. That's a very high quality photo. You can download the photo if you want. You can go to the next photo, and then the thumbnail images are not populated yet, but those will be in just a moment. So that's just a preview of what we can build. Pretty cool how quick we can get that going with this NPM library. And now it's time to make the functionality so that instead of having these big images down here, our masonry grid images are actually the images that will be clicked to open up that gallery to a specific image. Now, by default, this light gallery is going to render any images that you put as children to that parent component. So we actually want to use this a bit differently. We don't want to put all of our images within the light gallery. And the reason being is because we've got this Masonry layout. We want it to be within this Masonry layout. And if we were to throw the Masonry layout inside the light gallery, then it doesn't necessarily toggle through the images correctly. So let's just try that just so that I can show you why that doesn't work. So you might say, okay, let's just replace those images here with Masonry. That goes in the light gallery. And let's open this up and make sure we're refreshed. Now you'll see that these images are showing correctly, but when we try to open them, it says, oops, failed to load the content. And that's because it just wants direct descendants, not this intermediate Masonry grid. So what we need to do is, instead of trying to put the Masonry grid in there, we will use the Masonry grid as our display component, and then we will make the light gallery what we call a controlled component, which just means that we're going to pass the list of images as props rather than as children. One could argue that children are actually props, but I digress. So to do this, we need to go to the documentation and figure out how. So let's go to Light Gallery React and figure this out. Now the first thing, if we go to the Get Started, or actually let's go to React, it says follow the steps below, blah, blah, blah. And then it says all Light Gallery settings can be passed to React component as props. So what does that mean for us? Well, what that means is that this React component that we are using right here, this light gallery, it has a number of props that we can pass. On init is one, speed, and plugins, those are all props. Now the additional ones that we can pass are actually over here in settings, and this is where you can see all of the different settings that we can pass in there. Or actually, it might be attributes, actually. No, those are supported HTML native attributes. So yeah, I think it is settings. Light Gallery Core. Yeah, this is what we're looking for. Let's see. So let's first find the settings that we're already using. So let's, for example, find the speed prop, just to make sure. So if we search for speed, we're going to see that it goes down here, and this is where that speed prop is documented, and I accidentally clicked it here. So let's see what section that is under. Just trying to take you through how we'd find this. There's quite a few props that we can pass. So this might just be all of them. There's just quite a few. Yeah, so this is what we're looking at, Light Gallery Core. So anything here can be passed to our React component. Now, I happen to know that there is a property called dynamic because I searched through here before. So if we search for dynamic on this page, you will see that, oops, I accidentally clicked that again. So if we look at dynamic, Light Gallery can be instantiated and launched programmatically by setting this option to true and populating dynamic L option see below with definitions of images. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. We need a combination of these two props in order to dynamically pass those images that we want to pass. So we'll first put dynamic in there because we know we want that. And since it's a Boolean and we want it to be true, we don't even need to give it a value. The presence of that that variable right there, or property, is going to make it true. So then we want dynamic L, and that does need something. So let's see. It says an array of objects. So let's start it out with an array, and let's make ourselves our first object. We're going to do this manually to start. And it says these are the properties that we can pass. So it looks like source is probably the main one that we would like to pass. So I'll go ahead and pass that one in. Also the thumb, We want a thumbnail because we have that plugin enabled. And then I think there are a couple others, but let's go ahead and see. This is not documented super well right here. I think I had seen something a little bit more detailed elsewhere in the docs, but I'm not going to go there because I've already done this. So let's first start with the source property, and let's give this the ocean1.jpg because we know that's one of our possible sources. So at this point, what we're going to do is let's just save it. And what I would expect, we don't need this, we don't need the children anymore. So let's close it off here. And what I'm going to expect here is that when we click any of the images in our gallery, it should open up this one image. But there's no click handler, and that is where we need to actually tap into the ref of this light gallery. So with React, we can use a ref with the use ref hook. So if we come up to the bottom of our homepage component, what we can do is declare a lightbox, and we'll just call it lightbox ref so that it's very clear. And we'll say use ref. This is a React hook built in. Then we're going to use these little arrows to define the type of this ref. So what this is light gallery or null, and the light gallery is the type of this component that we have down there. So we got squigglies right now, those will be fixed in a minute, and we're going to initialize this equal to null because when the page initially loads, it will not have this ref available, and we want the rest of our component to know that and handle that situation. So let's hit Command period to pop up this suggested import, and we'll add the import. It should have added it right there, use ref. And then we will also hit Command period, but it's not going to find this one because I don't know that this is a native property that we can just pull out. Let me see in my notes how I had used this. Okay, so it looks like we can come to where we have the light gallery React, and we're going to import a type, and that's going to be light gallery. So that the reason we import it as a type is because it's going to conflict with this light gallery right here. And let's actually just rename this to light gallery component so that these don't conflict at all and we're not confusing anything. So let's finish this off, and this is actually part of the light gallery / light gallery, and you'll see that it gives us the class which will act as our type. Now that we have renamed the light gallery component, we'll have to also add it there so that it matches. And now we can come back up and see that our light gallery type is being used correctly. And if we hover over the lightbox ref, it's going to give us a mutable ref object, which is what use ref is going to return. And it's going to be either light gallery or null. Okay, so now we have to go handle that and assign the ref in the component itself. All right, so let's go ahead and hook up that ref. Just so that I make sure I'm not screwing this up. I'm pulling up some notes that I had left for this video for myself. And the way that we're going to do this is the onInit prop. So if we go to the documentation and search the settings page for onInit, it's not going to find anything. And that's probably because this is a native property to the React component. We'll see. Yep, see it says onInit. Called only once when light gallery is initialized, and that is great for us because this tells us, hey, the light gallery component is ready, and you can assign that ref that you had initialized at the top of your component. So what we're going to do is let's see if it passes. It will pass an instance, I believe, of it'll pass an instance of the light gallery, so we'll call that the ref, and then we'll remove the console log here, break it out into a larger function, and what we're going to say is if this ref exists, which it should, but we're going to check it just because our type safety, then we're going to say lightbox ref.current, so the current value of that ref is going to be ref.instance. Okay, so if you wanted to know more about that, you can hover over it and you see that it documents this. So we command click, and now we can, well, I guess we'd have to go up a little bit further. Let's command click the on init, and this goes to lightgallery.d.ts, which are the type definitions. And you can see this is a function that passes us a init detail. And if we go down to a init detail, it says that it gives us an object where the instance is equal to light gallery. And what do you know? Light gallery is what we had defined in our ref right here. So that's why those types match, and we're not getting yelled at by the TypeScript in ESLint. So this works for us. So what it's doing is it's assigning the ref of the light gallery component when it initializes. And what does that do for us? Well, it allows us to programmatically control this component. So right now, if we go to our app, you're going to see that we've still got all these images, and our light gallery is on the page, but we can't click any of these images. I'm trying to click them right now. They're not doing anything. And that's because those are not the light gallery images. Those are the Masonry images. And so what we need to do is come down to each image and add an on-click handler, okay? And when we have a click on the image, then we need to call a function. And that function needs to take the light gallery ref that we had hooked up down here, and it needs to open the light gallery. I believe that's how we, oh, sorry, not light gallery. That's why it's yelling. Lightbox ref. And then let's see what the method is. Current dot, and then we get some suggested properties and methods. So there should be an open open method right here. So open gallery. And then the open gallery is going to say what is the index of that element, and then the element itself. So all we need to do is really just pass the index. And the way that we can get that index is by using the JavaScript native map function. This will automatically pass us an index as the second parameter. So we can use that index right here and pass it down to that callback. And so this should open the correct image based on which image you clicked. But there's one problem, and that problem is that in our dynamic L, or array of images, we only have one of them. So because of that, it's only going to open this first image, because the default behavior on that open gallery, according to the documentation, let's go here and say open gallery. See if we can find that. Open gallery. Not finding it. Oh, because we're not in settings, we're in methods. Open gallery. This is where we need to look for it. I'm sorry, I was looking in the props, not the methods. So open gallery says open with a specific slide by passing index of the slide as a parameter. And then I don't know if it says anything about if you pass an option or an index that doesn't work. But I think the behavior that I've noticed is that it just opens the first one if you don't pass the correct index. So let's try that. We've already hooked it up, and so we should be able to click an image and see that image. So we clicked that one, it popped that one up. If we click this, it should pop up that first image because that's the only one we have in our light gallery. But it looks like it cannot read the property of undefined because we passed an index of, I think that might be index of 0, 1, 2 or something. So anyways, we need to fill in the rest of this. So let's go ahead and just hard code this for now. Once again, we have ocean 2, ocean 3, ocean 4, and ocean 5. So right now we have one image in the Lightbox for each image in the Masonry grid. So they map 1 to 1. So now we should be able to click each image, and we should be able to scroll to the next image. Okay. And so let's see if I click this wave, it should open up the wave. Great. So we have this working dynamically using that ref. And now we just need to fill in these thumbnails down here and then add some styles for the click. To add the thumbnails, we can actually go back to the settings and let's control find dynamic L, and it says that we can pass a thumb. So that thumbnail, I'm guessing, is just the source of the thumbnail image. I'm not guessing, I know this to be the case. So we copy this down, and since we don't really have a thumbnail image, we're just gonna reuse the same image for each of them. So we'll copy those down, and then we'll go here and just rename each of these to thumb. Okay, so we'll save that, and this should now populate our thumbnails. So you can see our thumbnails down here, and let's click on the wave. It goes to the wave. So this is working great. Ideally, you would pass a smaller version of that same image to the thumbnail, and you could go about doing that with a third-party image optimization library. So as we'll see with Unsplash, we are allowed to pass in a width and height to our images when we retrieve them via URL. And you can also do that with some other services such as ImageKit, ImageIX, or even blanking on the name, Cloudinary is the other one. And there's many more image services, but those are all the dynamic URL services where you can manipulate the images on the fly. And this would be a great use case of that because you could give it a smaller thumbnail and a larger source. Now the last thing we'll do here is, instead of hard coding these yet again, all we're going to do is remove this array, because we've already got these things defined, up here in images. So now we come back down to the dynamic L and we say images.map. For each image, we're going to return an object. So make sure to surround it with parentheses and then make the object. We'll give it a source, and that source will be the image.source. That may or may not work. We will see. I'm not sure if we need... Actually, that should work. We can give it relative paths. And then thumb is also going to be the image.source. So let's save that. That should populate each image, and let's make sure it's working. So let's click, and you can see it's working just fine. So we've got our image gallery Lightbox built. The last thing we need to do to make this more usable is add some hover styles over our image. And a really easy way to do that is if we just go to the class name of each image and we give it a hover pseudo class. And let's say the background, or no, not the background, just the overall opacity is going to go down to 90%. And then we want to give it a cursor pointer just so that the user knows that they can click on it. So let's go back over, and now you should see that when we hover, it gives it this kind of lighter effect. I'll do it a little bit more, so let's go to 70 and you'll really start to see it. So right there, you'll see how it goes to a different opacity. Now, of course, when we do this one, you'll see the background image that we have. So something that you could do to optimize this is actually set like some sort of background to the image, but we're not going to deal with that for now. This is pretty good. So now you can, click on things and everything should work just fine. And you can even zoom in, look at all the bubbles of the wave, and have a great time. Okay, so we've got a functioning image gallery and Lightbox now. At this point, it's always good to commit your changes and deploy it just to make sure that everything works in production. So we'll go ahead and say add image Lightbox as our commit, and we'll commit all those changes to Vercel. Now if we go to Vercel, we're going to see hopefully a new deployment. There's one queued right there, which is great. And you'll see that one start building here any second. And based on our previous builds, should be done in about 40 to 50 seconds. All right, so we're ready. It's given us this preview, and hopefully we can go preview it on the live URL. So we've got photography portfolio tutorial.vercel app. And you can see all of our changes are live, and we can open these things up. It's very performant. And if we were to slow down the network tab, these have those low quality image placeholders on those slower networks, which is awesome. So there's a lot of cool things going on here. They're going to resize based on the different screen widths and whatnot. Now you could probably make this a single column for a mobile device. I think that would be something you could do, but for now we're just doing desktop stuff. I also notice when we resize it to mobile, we've got this kind of empty space, so we might go about fixing that a little bit later. For now, we're going to just leave it as it is and move on to the next feature. Okay, so we can put a checkbox by the Lightbox. Now we get into more of the backend side of things. We've got our UI built and we like how it's working. Now it's just a matter of where do we get all of our images? How do we bring those in? Where do we store them? How do we store them? All of those kind of questions. And then furthermore, how do we update our site? Is it going to be a live query every time we refresh the page? Or is it going to leverage some of Next.js's server-side rendering or static generation to actually pre-generate the pages, and then we can just have a lightning fast image gallery. The drawback of that is, of course, when you upload or you update any of your images, you have to rebuild your site. But let's go ahead and start on step 8, which is bringing in live photos from Unsplash. Now, I have not even set up a developer account, nor have I gone through any of the documentation in depth. So this will be a little bit of a discovery for me, and we'll see what we can do with this. So let's go over to the documentation. At this point, we will close out a few of these things. We really don't need the light gallery anymore. And now we're on Unsplash. So let's go ahead and see if there's a developer. There we go, developer API. And let's register as a developer. So I'll go ahead and do this and then we'll come back. Okay, we're back and I have my profile set up and I'm on my applications page. So if I go to my profile, let's see, let's view my profile. Maybe, I don't know. Let's go to unsplash.com. I want to show you how to get here. So we're on the home page of Unsplash. Go to the menu, go to Developers API, and then go to Your Apps. Let's create a new application. And let's see, the API is to be used for non-automated, high quality, and authentic experiences. I don't know what that means fully, so let's see. The API is to be used for non-automated, high quality, and authentic experiences. We give priority and bandwidth to applications that present the content of photographers in Unsplash in a positive light. That means staying away from spammy applications, data mining, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're not doing any of that, so that's good. So we'll check that box. You cannot replicate the core user experience of Unsplash. Okay, that we're not doing. We're just building a photographer's website. We're going to keep all that stuff confidential, and we're not going to abuse the API. So we'll, read all of these terms. I just read all of those really, really fast, of course. And we'll accept those terms, and we'll say photography portfolio tutorial, YouTube tutorial on creating Next.js photography. Okay, we're creating that application. It says here's what needs to be done in order to gain access to production level rate limits. We don't care about all of this stuff. If you were actually building this app for real, you'd go through that checklist. And now I'm going to delete this application like immediately after this tutorial. So I'm going to go ahead and show the access key and secret key for the sake of the tutorial, just to make it easier for you to follow. But please know that I will be deleting this entire project, and anyone who may have intention of spamming it will not be able to. So here's our access key and secret key. This is what we need. and it must remain confidential. Now, what does this mean for us as a developer? What this means is that we need to take care of these on the back end. We cannot request images from this API coming from the client. Now, what I mean by that is Next.js has both components. It has a client side and it has a server side. We have to make sure that we're not sending this key in plain text client side. So what we need to do is use either get server side props or get static props from Next.js data fetching methods in order to keep these safe. So let's go to the documentation to get a better idea of how to integrate. So we'll set up an application. We already created a developer account. We registered our app. And then there's some libraries and SDKs. So we want to leverage these if we can. And so I'm going to go open up the JavaScript SDK. So this is the official JavaScript wrapper for the Unsplash API. And what this does is basically handles all of the HTTP or REST calls that need to be made to the Unsplash API. So we could do this with just a simple REST client, like an Axios or Fetch client. But we'll go ahead and use this wrapper because this is meant to make things easier for us as developers. Now, what it's saying here is that this library uses the fetch library to make requests to the Unsplash API. So literally what I just talked about. So under the hood, that's what it's doing, and it's just making it easier for us. So in order to support this on the server side, it says that we need to have a polyfill of node fetch. There's an implementation in Node.js, which is server side, that we can use. And we can set it like this. We can set it on the global object, or we can explicitly provide it as an argument to our API. I prefer this method. I think whenever you can be more explicit and declarative about what you're doing, the better. So we're going to do it this way. And let's see, we can go ahead and get started. So let's download Unsplash.js. Let's pull up our terminal, hit Control-tilde. That pulls our terminal back up, and then we're going to add this Unsplash.js library. We also need the node fetch library because of what we just talked about, so we'll install that. Okay, so that's done. And let's close that sidebar, close our chapters and requirements, and open up our index page once again. So when we're on our index page, if you know about Next.js, you'll know that Next.js has some data fetching methods. And we can go to that documentation and learn all about server-side rendering, static site generation, client-side rendering, and then incremental static regeneration, which we may touch on a little bit later. Anyways, what we're going to look for here, what I'm thinking we're going to do is a static site generation. So we're going to know the list of images that we're going to use for this portfolio at build time, which means that every time the user refreshes the page, they're going to get the same result. So we cannot, if we're using static site generation, we cannot dynamically grab different images each time. I think for this use case, that is appropriate because generally, if you're making a photography portfolio, the photographer is going to have a fixed number of images. It's not going to be the case where they've got all sorts of different images that could be pulled in. They probably have 100 or so images that always need to be pulled into the UI. So let's go ahead and click static site generation. And it says if you export a function called getStaticProps from a page, Next.js will pre-render this page at build time using the props returned by getStaticProps. All right, so to define this, we're going to, just so it doesn't get buried at the bottom, we'll export this function. We're gonna define it as a variable called getStaticProps, which will be an arrow function. And the reason I'm doing this is so that I can set the TypeScript types on it. So getStaticProps, this is a type that we can import from Next.js, and then that will take a type right here. We're gonna pass it any for the moment, but that will represent the props that will be passed to this home component. And you'll see why I need that in a second. So we want this to be asynchronous, and it's going to be an arrow function. Okay, so it's going to say promise void is not assignable to type promise. Okay, so basically we need to return a promise.resolve or something like that to satisfy that requirement. Just pass something in there, dummy info. And I thought that'd get rid of the error, but it doesn't. Type string, oh, that's because it expects a certain type. So I think it expects a props object. Let me pull up my previous example. Yeah, so it'll accept props, and then from here, we'll just call it prop1 test prop, okay? So that satisfies the type requirements, and now what we're gonna do is define the type that we're returning. So home props is going to be what we'll call it, and all we're gonna return here is a list of images, okay? And that list of images is going to be of a certain type that we don't quite know yet because we haven't dealt with the Unsplash API yet. For now, we're going to do any type of array. Or actually, let's go ahead and define something a little bit reasonable. So we'll say that every image is going to have a source string, and that's going to be an array. Okay, so now we have to pass that here as home props, which says that's what we're going to get here. So it's yelling at us because we haven't returned the correct type. But once we say images and then pass an empty array, it'll be okay. It's happy with that. Now we go to the home component and get our images array, and we're going to assign that to home, or we're going to define that as home props. So this home props right here is an array of images with a source string for each image, and that's going to be also defined here and returned from getStaticProps. So to make this a little bit easy for us, all we need to do really is take this images array that we had created earlier, and you could keep it up where I had it, but let's just put it here for the moment. And then I'm going to use some destructuring to assign images to the images prop variable. And since those images will each have a source property, it satisfies our type that we have. So now this right here should represent all of our images, and we're going to use a good old console log to verify that in our UI. So let's go ahead. It's going to yell at us because now the images are not populated correctly. Let's try this one more time. Okay, perfect. So that worked. And you can see if we go to, let's make this a little wider. If we go to the console, here's the array that we printed, and here is the source that Next.js has provided us with those local images, and we have just passed those to getStaticProps. Okay, so at this point, we've refactored things to use getStaticProps. And right now, it's a little bit pointless because we have these 5 basically static local images that we already know, and we're just passing that to a mock promise result to satisfy the getStaticProps API. Now, the reason I did this right now is because in a minute we're going to go to the Unsplash API. We're going to grab dynamic images right here and pass them in instead of these predefined images. So to get those images, let's say that we want 10 images from Unsplash. So let's go to the Unsplash SDK again and copy this right here. This is going to be our client that we need to define. Now, usually you do this in a separate file, but when I do anything new, I usually try to bring it all into one file and then refactor it later. It's just a lot easier to reason about when it's all in one spot. So we'll just grab this right in getStaticProps, paste it there. So Unsplash represents our Unsplash client, and let's see if we can import that from Unsplash.js. And here we're gonna put our access key, and then we need to import node fetch. So node fetch from node fetch. Okay, so that's what we're gonna use under the hood For some reason, it's yelling at us here. Okay, so I went through this and it was not working, and it says, unfortunately, this won't work with Node Fetch v3. I should have read that. Let's see what version we're using. It looks like we are on version 3, so it's not going to work as they're saying here. So what they're saying is use a type assertion. In other words, what it's telling us is that the types are completely screwed up with this right now. And as a temporary workaround, we're going to cast that type to unknown and then cast it to a type of fetch, which is going to hopefully solve the problem for us. So we're going to say node fetch as unknown, which says to TypeScript, hey, like cast this to we don't know. And then we recast it to a type of fetch, which should work. And now you see it's not complaining about anything, and our TypeScript compiler is happy, even though we have basically just done a hack. But that is okay. That happens every once in a while in programming, and as long as it's well documented like it is here, I'm totally okay with it. Now we need to pass that access key. So again, I'm showing it to you because I'm going to delete this project entirely in a bit after this tutorial, but you should keep those variables secret, those values secret. And with Next.js, it's always going to look at the .env.local file, so we need to create that. First thing I do every time I create that is ensure that it is in the git ignore so I don't accidentally commit it. And you can see that it is here, and if we go to the git changes, you will not see that new file created, which is what we are looking for. So from here, we want to define the Unsplash access key, and we'll paste that in there, and then we'll say the Unsplash secret key, which we'll also paste in there while we're at it. So that is saved. I think we have to restart our server for those to go into effect, so we'll go ahead and do that for good measure. And now something that I always do, which is arguably a bad practice, but hey, just being honest here. I'll console.log just to make sure that it's being processed correctly. So access key, I think that's what we defined it as. Perfect. And so now we should see, when we refresh this page, we should see that value somewhere. I don't know if I'm seeing it. Maybe I need to refresh the page. Okay, perfect. We're getting some values here, and there is our key. So it is successfully printing. Let's get rid of that console log because that is a security risk, having that there in the first place. And now we can start using our Unsplash client. To do that, we're going to go right back to these documentation here, and it says creating an instance. You provide an object with your access key. It says, note, if you're using Unsplash in the browser, you need to proxy your request through your server to sign the request with the access key to abide by the API guidelines. So again, I explained this a few minutes ago. That's exactly what I was saying, is we have to do this server side. Otherwise, we're breaking those terms of keeping this key confidential. Technically, I guess I'm breaking those terms making a YouTube video, but once again, I'm going to delete this project afterwards, so they will not be at risk. So it says we provide an API URL property that lets you do so. We don't need to do that because we're already, I believe, yeah, we're already doing it server side, so we don't need to proxy anything. All right, and I've just read through the rest of this to speed us up a little bit. You can do the same on your own time. But basically, it shows you how to make a request, how to add headers for all requests. It gives you an example of what the responses look like, and it says that there's either going to be a result.errors object containing an array of those errors, or it's going to be a result.response which contains the data that we want. So that's how we'll catch the errors. We'll first check for result.errors, and if there's no result.errors, we know that we have a successful response. So what do we want to do with this API? That is the ultimate question. Based on our UI that we've created, we basically, let's get rid of these dev tools for a minute. we basically want to grab oceans and forest image types. And I would say, let's go ahead and grab 10 images for each. So we'll have 20 images in total, nothing too crazy. So let's figure out how to do that. Now, generally when you use an SDK wrapper, which basically this is just a JavaScript wrapper around the Unsplash API. So all this is doing is providing us a way to not have to deal with those HTTP clients, and we can just, declare what we want to get from the API, so on and so forth. But that means that we still need to use the API documentation to learn what is available to us. So let's go back to the Unsplash API docs. So there's our API documentation. And I want to go down, we don't really need to read through all this. I used to do this and it was such a waste of time. Really just figure out what you need, go through, find it, and fill in the blanks afterwards. So what we want to do is we want to search photos, I believe, or maybe even list collections. We're just trying to get photos of the same type. So let's start with search photos. That seems like a decent way to do this. Get a single page of photo results for a query. So the parameters we have is the search terms, the page, per page, order by, collections, content filter, color, and orientation. So the query is really what we're looking for, and I think to find oceans and forest, we need a query of oceans and forest. Pretty straightforward there. So in order to try this out, I don't know if they have a sandbox or anything. So what I'm going to do is pull up a HTTP client so we don't have to write code to try this out. I tend to like Insomnia client, but Postman is also a very popular one. But we're going to use Insomnia just because it's one of my favorites. So I'll get that pulled up and we'll be right back. All right, so I've got the Insomnia client open. So all we need to do is make a new request. So search Unsplash photos, and then we need to go find the URL. So if you come down here into the search documentation, you'll see an example of a URL. So we'll go ahead and just copy and paste this one where they're querying for office photos. And I'll paste that up into the GET request. Now, if we just send this, it's not going to work because we have an OAuth error. We need to pass in our access token. Now, if we go to the documentation and go up to public authentication, it says most actions can be performed without requiring authentication from a specific user. So Unsplash has user accounts for uploading photos. Now, if you wanted to modify resources of that user, you would need more specific access. But all we want to do is get some photos from the public, basically the homepage. So we can use this public authentication, and it says to authenticate this way, pass your application's access key via the HTTP authorization header. And it says to pass it in this format. So I'm going to copy this format right here. We'll go to the client and we'll go to headers. We'll type authorization, paste that in, and then we'll replace that with our access key that I will be deleting. Cannot emphasize this enough. Make sure I'm not getting in trouble with Unsplash. So we'll replace this right here, paste it, and now we should be able to send that query and get some results. So the results that we're getting are pictures of an office. Now let me walk you through how we interpret these results. So if we look at this, it says the total is 10,008 and there are 1,001 total pages. Now what that does not mean is that we're getting 10,000 images in this response. If we were to go to the documentation for the search, you'll see that the default page is page 1, and then there's 10 items per page. So we really only need one query. We don't need to go to the next page. Now, if we were to paginate through these pages, so a common pattern in the UI is to have a little next button that you can go to the next page of results. The reason that they give you the total number of images and the total pages is so that your pagination logic can figure out what to request for that next request. Like, what page am I on and how many should I request on this page? We don't need to deal with this. We have a pretty simple API requirement. So as we go down, we can see the response type of this request. And you can see there's tons of fields that we can use, including different URLs for different sizes of that image, which is great for us because if you remember in that Lightbox, we had a thumbnail and we had a large image requirement. So we even have that thumbnail URL that we can use. So that's great. And we can go and find the type of this response, hopefully in the types of this client. So let's go ahead and make this search request. So let's go with oceans first, and we'll say unsplash.search. So we're going to get an autocomplete on this. And this is a method. And this method, or no, this is not a method. This is the start of many methods. So we can search and get photos, which is the equivalent to the API endpoint that we're looking for here. So search and then photos. And then I'm guessing at this point we can pass some different options. So we have an object of options, and then query should be one of those options, I think. Let's go ahead and use our trick of command click. And now you can see kind of the type of that. So we know that we can pass a string query, and then it's also picking some types from pagination params, as well as all sorts of other types that they've defined. But for us, all we really need is that query. So we're going to just say oceans, okay? And then let's go ahead, and since this is an asynchronous request, we'll await it, because we have an async function defined as getStaticProps. And then let's go ahead and console log these oceans. And we'll just get a sense for what we're getting. So let's refresh, and then you can scroll down. This is the other, we have another console log on the page right here. So let's get rid of that. Okay. So now all that should be printing is that oceans response. And let's console.dir with a depth of null, and that will print the entire object for us. As you can see, it doesn't truncate anything. So this is a fetch API response, and it's pretty hard to scroll through, but basically we want, we're getting an OAuth error. The access token is invalid. So, of course, because we didn't put it in there. So we need to do that real quick by saying process.env.unsplash access token. Now we should get something a little bit different. It's complaining because that could be undefined, but we know it's defined. So we'll assert that with an exclamation point at the end. And hopefully we get a different type of response now. We may have to refresh this page. Looks like we did get a different response, hopefully. This is a very bad way to look, but let's be honest, it's what we all do. And it's wrong because I said token, not key. That's why you always check. It's very hard to do that while you're making a video, but hopefully this one gets us the right response. Okay, now we're dealing with what we need. We've got that same response we got in the Insomnia client, so that's good. And what we can do now is get a sense for what that type is. So it's going to infer that type, and it's an API response of photos. So let's command click on the get photos again, and now you can see what that response is going to look like. So you got the API response, which we hover over, and it's gives us a type. The response itself, which is the type that is passed, which would be the photos. So really that's what we're looking for, is if we command click on photos, command click on basic, and now we get this interface. So what we need to do is basically import that. let's go ahead and import that from Unsplash, wherever that may be. So I did some additional research looking for the types for all of this, because the library is written in TypeScript, so you would assume they would export some types. But if you go to the NPM page for Unsplash.js and go to the TypeScript example, even in the example, they're defining their own type for a photo, which is a real bummer, because usually I like to derive types based on the official response. So a bit of a bummer, but I do have a little workaround if you wanted to use it. I'll show you that now. And that is the only real thing that is exported from this library is the create API, which is like the entry point to everything. So what you can do is you can first define a type called create API, which you use the built-in TypeScript return type utility, and then you get the type of that function. So that, if you hover over it, is going to give you all of the API methods. Then what you do is you define what we're looking for, which is the search API. So you reference this type and you grab the search property, which happens to be a function. So this is going to, or not a function, I'm sorry, that is an object with 3 functions. And then what you'll do is the get photos, which is what we're using right here, is the get photos. So that will define that response right here. You can see all those types. And that one returns a promise with a response type. So the final thing we would need to do is the photo response. And what we need to do is get the return type of the get photos function. And then we need to use the built-in TypeScript utility as of one of the latest releases of TypeScript to await that return type and get the actual type of it. And you can see that when we hover over photo response, this is the response that we're getting, which should match the response that we get here. So we'll just define our own photo. You can't, unfortunately, the types are not very usable here with this library. So we'll define our own photo, and really all we need is a source, which is a string, a thumbnail, which is also a string URL, and that's pretty much it. So this was just a useful bit or interesting bit on how you can derive types using TypeScript utilities. But once again, we're going to just comment that out. We don't need it. So we have a photo, and that's what we're going to define in our images array. So let's just call this photos, just to be consistent. So photos, and then that will be an array of photos. And then we're going to return that array of photos here. But instead of these statically imported photos that we had, we can get rid of these imports now because we're grabbing that data from Unsplash. So we'll come down and give this an empty array for the moment. And then the next thing that we'll do is make sure that our oceans satisfies that. So oceans should be an array of 10 photos. So what we'll do is actually let's go ahead and just say mapped oceans to our internal type, and that's going to be of type photo. And all we do is map the oceans, and for each ocean photo we're going to return a source, which will be ocean dot let's see what's wrong. Oh, I'm sorry, we need to grab the response. And we also need to check whether the response was successful. So let's do all that first. So let's say let mapped, or we don't need it because it's an array, we'll use const. So let mapped oceans be an array of photos, which is the response type that we're looking for. And we'll just declare it and set it equal to an empty array for the moment. And then we'll say if oceans dot type equals success, then we'll come down here and we will push that response to the mapped oceans array. So we will push a response of oceans dot response dot results dot map. And then that will give us an ocean photo for each one. And we will destructure that to an object that has a source defined by ocean dot, let's see, links dot HTML possibly. Let's go back to our Insomnia client and see which one we're looking for. We should be looking for the raw URL or the full URL. I'm not sure why that was not available to us. Let's see. Oh, that's because we're not looking in the URLs, we're looking in the links, which is not, that's more of an API if you wanted to make additional API calls. So ocean.urls, and we want the full size image. And then for the thumbnail, we want ocean.urls.thumb. Okay, and then we need to make sure that we spread that, because right now we'd just be pushing an array. So if we wanted that to work, we would have to add another array to that photo type, and then that would mean that we'd have an array of photo arrays. But we want to just destructure that or spread that there. So an easier way to say this would be ocean array, and then you would take that mapped array that you just created, okay, and then what we want to do is push that as a spread array, and that will cleanly add it to our mapped oceans. So if there's not a success state, then we'll just go ahead and say console.error could not get ocean photos. And you might see that in the logs if you have logs set up on Vercel. So that will just be what we'll do there. And then the second thing we want to do is grab forest. So we'll await unsplash.search.getPhotos, and then similarly we'll just say forest. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll just copy this down. And really what we want to name this is mapped photos. Or actually, maybe a better way to do this is mapped oceans, and then we will also have mapped forests. Okay, so we'll have mapped forest there, and then we'll say if forest.type is success, then we'll say forest.response.results.map. For each forest image, we're going to give it a source and a thumbnail. So that should pretty much work for us. Just need to update that. Spread that into the array, and then update the error handling. Could not get forest photos. And then at this point, we should have mapped forest and mapped oceans. And what I want to do now is, instead of just passing photos, we will pass an oceans array, which is photos, and then a forest array, which is photos. And now what we can do at the bottom of this getStaticProps, get rid of that, we don't need that, get rid of all this space. And instead of photos, we can just say oceans will be the mapped oceans array, and then forest is the mapped forest array. Okay, so this should work, and we no longer need the promise.resolve, and that's because we're already resolving a promise. So we can just return that object, and you can see that there's no complaining from the TypeScript compiler anymore. We need to get rid of that. And now we can come down and update images to be oceans and forest, and that should be read correctly. And finally, let's just try it out. Let's console.log an object of oceans and forest, and then go back to the browser and refresh. And now it's going to say images is not defined. That's because we changed the name of these, so it can no longer know what to render here. So let's comment this out for just a moment so that it doesn't yell at us. And it's still going to yell at us because we got the light gallery. So let's comment the light gallery out also. and then refresh, and then let's see if we're getting images. And it looks like we are. So in the server side, we're getting a source and a thumbnail of all of these different images for both oceans and forest. So there's your oceans array, and then it looks like the forest array is possibly empty, which is maybe a problem. We'll see. Yeah, that looks empty, so let's figure out what's going on there. That's because we are pushing it to the mapped oceans array because we copy and pasted. So we need to push that to the mapped forest array, and now when we refresh, we should be getting stuff for both of them. So we are good there. We got a forest array working, and so now we can just translate that to our tabs. So let's go back and uncomment the Masonry and light gallery component. And when we go to the Masonry component, we now want to map through all of these images based on the type. So this is where the tab panels come back. If you remember, we have a tab panel per category. So if we go back here, we have oceans, and then we have forest. So we need to find a way to render this Masonry grid and Lightbox component for each of the tabs, but filtered based on the types of photos that we need. All right, took a little break, went for a run, clear head, let's get back to it. So what we're building here is we need to filter these images now that we've got the different oceans and forest. And what we need to do is actually refactor and make the Masonry and light gallery component a single React component that can accept an array of image sources. So here's what we're going to do. We're still in the index.tsx file, the home page, and we're going to stay there. We'll eventually try to refactor this at the end to clean everything up. But for now, we'll go here to the bottom, below everything, and we'll say gallery. And this gallery is going to be a functional component, React component. And this is going to accept some props. So we'll say the type is gallery props, and then we'll say that that is a list of images, and those images will go by that type that we defined up here somewhere. So we called it a photo, which has a source string and a thumbnail string. Same thing is what we need to pass there. So again, let me stay consistent and say photos, and that will be an array of photos. Now we can pass that prop down here and define that as gallery props. And then right now, let's go ahead and just return a placeholder. This is something I always do just to make sure we're hooked up correctly. And then we're going to use that gallery in each of these panels. So in the first panel, we can add a gallery component, and then we'll copy that 3 times. Actually, let's just delete that for now. We'll copy that 3 times, and we'll put it in oceans. So we'll put a gallery in oceans, and then we'll put a gallery in forest. Okay, so this gallery has a non-optional prop of photos, so we need to put that in each of them. And for now, we're going to just give it an empty array to satisfy that type requirement. Once again, this is just a placeholder. And so we'll come up here and add that photos array. And now if we comment out our Masonry grid and the light gallery component, we won't have any errors left, and we should be getting something rendering. You'll see a placeholder here, and a placeholder here. So now that we have these placeholders, now we can start actually refactoring. So let's go ahead and pull all of this stuff that we just commented out. Let's Control X or Command X on that, and then come down into this return statement and paste all that in and uncomment it. Oh, it's not going to let me uncomment automatically. So we'll just backspace that. We will backspace that, and hopefully that does the job. It looks like we've got a problem, and the problem is you have to put this between a fragment because we have two equal children and there's no parent. So a requirement of a React component is that it's always got to have a parent component or a parent tag. So we'll just render an empty fragment there. And now, instead of images, what we want to do is map the photos prop that we just passed right here. And if you remember, the photos prop is going to have a source and a thumbnail. So we'll say photo, we'll rename this to be photo, and we'll say photo.source goes into the source. Also put that as the key because it will be unique. And then we have this Lightbox ref, and we need to pull that down as well. So we define that up in the home component, and we just need to pull that down into our gallery component, and that should satisfy that requirement. And then finally down here, we'll just remap this to that photos prop, call this a photo, and then replace image with photo, and that should work. Now we're passing an empty array to all of the gallery instances, so we will not see anything quite yet. We just get empty tabs, but we should eventually be able to just pass in the different filtered arrays. So in our home component, we're going to be getting oceans and forest that were returned from our props. So when we go to the all tab, we want to combine those, and then each of the filter tabs will grab these individually. So down here in our all tab, they map 1-to-1, so the tab list maps 1-to-1 with the tab panels. And so all we need to do is spread the oceans and spread the forest array here, and that will accept those photos. And then here, we just want to pass, I believe the second one was oceans, so that's an array. And then we'll say forest, which is also an array. So let's go back and see what we got. It looks like we're missing a required with property. And now this is where we get into some subtleties of Next.js Image that I'm about to explain. So one of the unique requirements about Next.js Image, which we are using in our Masonry grid, is that if you are not rendering a local photo, so a local photo being an imported photo that we had up here at the top, where we had imported 5 photos from our public folder, which had ocean 1 through 5. Well, we no longer have these, and we can go ahead, or I'll leave them here just in case someone's checking out this repo and wants to use them to build this out. But you don't need them anymore because we're getting them remotely from Unsplash. And when you're dealing with remote images with Next.js Image, you need to supply a width and a height prop, or you need to use the fill layout property, which will fill the entire container. Now with this image gallery, we want to know the exact dimensions of each of these images so that the Masonry grid can lay them out appropriately. So in order to do that, we have to get the width and the height somehow. And luckily, I believe we're getting that in the response from Unsplash. So let's check out this sample response that we had gotten when we had tested this out. And you can see the results both have a width and a height property. And then they also have this interesting thing called a blur hash. And that blur hash is going to come in handy here in a minute when I show you how to, basically give a low quality image placeholder, which will do the same thing that our local images did automatically. All right, so let's go back and let's go ahead and extend our type, our image type. So here at the top, we have a type called photo, and it's a source and a thumbnail. But we also want a few other things. We might want a width of number, a height of number, And then also we're going to want an alt tag, which will be a string, because Next.js Image also requires that. And Unsplash, as you'll see right here, it gives us the alt description. So that's pretty easy to implement. And all we need to do now is go to our getStaticProps, and right here where we are getting the photos, we can grab that response and pass those in. So the width should be available to us on Ocean. The height should be also available. And then the alt should be as the alt description. So we will copy this down. There's definitely some refactoring to be had here. We'll come back to it. But now I think this should satisfy our requirements. Let's see what this is complaining about. It says types of property alt are incompatible. Nullable string is not assignable to type string. So apparently this alt description is a nullable string, which means that we need to use the nullish coalescing, sorry, I can't even say that, the nullish coalescing operator, which will give a value if there's no description. So we're going to just say ocean image, and then maybe we'll give it the index just to make it unique. So the index of that mapping, let's go ahead and use some interpolation here, dash the index. Okay, so our backup alt will be this when the alt description is not populated. So we can come down here and do the same thing. And once again, this operator just says if this is null or undefined, or actually I think it's just null. I'd have to look that up, but if it's null, then it's going to coalesce it to the value that you provide. So we give it that index and rename this to forest, and we should be good now. So let's come down to our image component. And now each photo is going to have the necessary information that we need for Next.js Image. So we've got the source. Our width is going to be photo.width. Our height will be photo.height, if I can type. And then the alt, instead of placeholder, let's go ahead and leverage that Unsplash API and grab the alt that they provided. Now this prop right here, the placeholder blur, it used to work when we were importing local images, but it no longer works because we are importing a remote image that exists somewhere else. And the reason being is Next.js, and particularly the Vercel platform, does not download it and resize it and do all that kind of stuff automatically, or at least provide the low quality image placeholder for those remote images. I would love to see them implement that. I think it is definitely something that might come down as a feature in the near future, but as of right now, they don't do that. So we have to implement our own placeholder algorithm. So let me just go ahead and save this, see what we got here. Now it's going to say image with source has placeholder blur property, but is missing the blur data URL property. So this is actually exactly what I just talked about with this property. So we need to actually comment that out until we have something implemented. And hopefully this will load. It says invalid source prop. Oh, this is just saying that we need to add the host name. This is kind of a security feature of Next.js. We have to add images.unsplash.com basically as a trusted host. So we'll go to the documentation here, and here are some possible ways to fix it, and this will be the easiest. So we'll just go and put this in our next config. So Command P, open it up, next.config, and then we'll come down here at the bottom and paste that, and then it will be images.unsplash.com, I think is what it was. Yep, images.unsplash.com. And now we're going to have to reload that process so that it goes into effect. And hopefully this will work this time. And it looks like things are working very slowly, but they're working. And there you have it. These are our all photos. So this should be oceans and then forests. It looks like we're still possibly loading some photos here. We should have 20 in total. Let's see. Something might have gone wrong because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, there we go. There's all the forest. So it was just still loading. And something that is worthy of noting here is you're seeing all of this loading very slowly right now. But when we actually deploy this site, all of this loading that's happening is going to happen at build time. So when Vercel builds the entire application, it's going to fetch all these images from Unsplash. It's going to render them, or not render them, but process them and send them to the component as with all of the information we need. So it should be very quick once we deploy this, and I'll show you that in a bit. But this image gallery looks awesome. I really like all of these photos. Really talented photographers on Unsplash. It's pretty amazing, to be honest. And let's go ahead and click. I don't think this will work. Or no, it should work. Let's click them. There you go. So, wow, that's a really awesome photo. Man. I could just sit here and look at this photo gallery myself. That's great. Turtle. Some waves. Looks like scuba diving. Okay, before I get too distracted here, let's close that out and let's go back to our application. So we're configured to use these. Now the last thing we have to do is get this placeholder blur. Now to set up this placeholder blur, we need to pass Next.js Image this format right here. And you can see that it's in base 64. Now, what this actually is a data URL. So let's type that in. Got that pulled up in a second. So MDN data URL, I believe is what we're looking for. And we can read about these data URLs. And these are URLs prefixed with the data scheme, allow content creators to embed small files inline in documents. Now, what that basically means is that we don't have to make a network request to go out and get this low quality image placeholder. It will just be embedded in the document and available immediately. And that's great because we can show something to the user the second the document has loaded rather than waiting for a network request to fetch some large image from an external source. So that's kind of the rationale behind that right there. But the problem is what we're getting from the Unsplash API, if we go over here, is we're getting this blur hash. And this blur hash is a protocol, actually. And if we type in blur hash, not that, I've already searched this. I'll show you what that is all about in a second. When we look at blur hash, there's actually, I guess Wolt is maybe the creator of this spec or whatever we want to call it. And it says blur hash is a compact representation of a placeholder for an image. And you can see the examples going on as I've kind of showed you as well. So it grabs the colors from that image and it gives that representation of those colors in that data URL, or not data URL format, the blur hash format, which is basically just a string value. And I think that's base 83 encoded or something like that. I'd have to look. But the issue that we have, and this is very unfortunate in my opinion, is Next.js does not accept blur hashes in that data URL property. So this blur data URL does not accept blur hash. And I would love to see that. Once again, Next.js, great framework, but this is definitely a miss. In my opinion, I think they're probably working on it. Hopefully they're working on it, but for now we've got to deal with it. So we cannot use the blur hash. So the next logical step is, well, okay, let's just convert the blur hash to the data URL. Like, that seems pretty simple, right? Well, this is what I searched. Blur hash to base 64 is the conversion that we would need. And then we go on the Wolt app, which is the owners of that spec, and it's an issue about decoding. This was opened pretty much, I guess, like 2.5 years ago. And this person asked, is there a way to decode it to a data URI? So basically exactly what we're looking for. And a lot of people liked that because it's a common use case with Next.js. And then this person responds, this might help. And it shows a process to decode it to this format. But the problem here, as mentioned in this next comment, is this does not answer the original poster's question because it uses Canvas. And Canvas, if we just type in MDN Canvas, is a browser API for means of drawing graphics via JavaScript. So it's not super comparable to SVG, but it's sort of like SVG in how it's used to draw like arbitrary shapes on the web. So the problem here is that this is client side. This is happening in the browser, and therefore this solution that was offered is not going to work for us in getStaticProps because that's happening entirely server side, and server side we do not have that Canvas API available to us. So that solution doesn't work. Then you come down here and this person has created a gist. They made their own decoder. So let's click on that. And you can see that there is a lot of code here. And we don't want to get into this. You could copy and paste this and tweak it, make sure it works, but this is a lot of stuff that we just don't want to have to deal with. So for the sake of this project, I'm going to actually use a different library, and that is called LQIP Modern. And what this is basically a different spec, similar to blur hash, that will, I guess maybe we're on the wrong one here. Somehow we searched the wrong one, or it didn't load or something. But anyways, this is a library that does a very similar thing, but in a different format. And this does return us with the correct data URI base 64 that we can pass in. And all we really need to do here is we need to fetch the image that we're looking for and then pass it through this promise. So you can see it, you pass that image through and then it gives you this output. So it's relatively simple in terms of an API. It's pretty easy to follow. And unfortunately, it's going to add a little bit of overhead to our build process. But since we're doing all of this in getStaticProps and we're not doing it client side in the browser, it should not affect the user experience. It's just going to add time to our builds, which at the moment, and for most like photography websites that have a fixed number of images to deal with, it's not a big deal that we're waiting an extra minute or two, or maybe even 5 minutes for the build to complete. So that's kind of the rationale behind this and why I'm okay with it. But the first thing we need to do is actually test this out, make sure that it's working for our use case. So the way that I'll do that normally, and something that I use in my projects pretty frequently, is we'll go to the root of that project where our tsconfig is set up. So here's our tsconfig right here. So we want a file that is within that scope and within the package.json scope, so we have all the libraries that we need. And I'll just type image test.ts. So we just basically have a test file that we're working with. And this will allow us to test out a few things without dealing with the code we've already written. So let's go ahead and add the LQIP modern library to the project with yarn. And once that is added, I think we might also need the types for that. So let's see, let's add @types, or we need to add this as a dev dependency. So yarn add -d @types LQIP modern. So once we add that, I think we should be good. And then from here, we can import LQIP from LQIP modern. Okay, and then we will come down here and let's just console.log LQIP to make sure that this was imported correctly, because we're not using the same configuration, TypeScript configuration as the rest of the project here, because we're going to run this with TS Node. So what I'll usually do is use the npx utility and run TS Node with that. And then we want to run the image test file. And when we run it, you're going to see that we get a big old error. And it says, warning, to load an ES module, set type to module and package JSON or use the MJS extension. Cannot use import statement outside a module. And that's because it's compiling down to modules by default. So what we need to do is set in our TS config, this is something that I'll always do, is come down here and we can actually set a TS node specific configuration. So this is just for these one-off scripts that we're running. And right here we can say resolve, what's the option? Or transpile only, we want to set that to false, so that we're not type checking when we run it. It makes it a little bit faster and get a little bit more leeway. And then for the compiler options, remember we have compiler options set for our main project up here. For our compiler options for TS Node, we want the target to actually just be common JS modules. I'm not sure why this is yelling at me here. I'm sorry, not target. We want the module property, not target. Okay, and that should work. So we're going to compile down to common JS, which is well known how to compile, and that should work with this script. So let's run it. And now you see that an async function has been printed, which means this import has worked okay. And now from here, we just need a test image to work with. So let's go ahead and just grab one of these URLs. This URL, I think this is a forest one that we searched. So let me just copy the whole thing. We'll paste it into the browser just to see what we're dealing with. So here's just an image that we'll use as a test. So we know that we're going to get an image link from our API. So we'll say image URL, and we'll paste that image in there. So this is the raw URL that we're dealing with and that we want to generate that blur placeholder or low quality image placeholder for. So the way that this library is actually used is we're going to have to pass an array buffer, which is a different type of format of an HTTP request. And we've already got the node fetch library installed. So we'll go ahead and use that and we'll import it here. And that fetch library can just do anything that the browser fetch library can do. So let's type in mdn fetch, look at the fetch API, and let's look at the response type. And you can see in the instance methods down here, let me make this larger for you. You can see that one of the responses is JSON, which is the most common way to get the data from a GET request or a POST request, but you also have array buffer, which is a different response type that we can use. And that's what we're going to go ahead and use. So we're going to make a basic GET request. We'll call this image data, and we're going to await a fetch call, and we're going to pass the image URL in there. Now, awaiting this in the global scope is not going to work. We need to declare a function, and it needs to be async. So we'll say async function get data URL, and then since that is async, we can put the await call in there. And then what we'll need to do is get the array buffer data, and all we need to do is await that image data and pass that array buffer method, which is built into the fetch API. So this, if you hover over it, now has an array buffer type, and that is what the LQIP library is expecting. So we'll once again await that LQIP. This is where the library is coming in, and we'll use a Node.js buffer from that array buffer data, which is going to be the correct type to pass in. Okay, so at this point, let's return the metadata property of data URI base64. This is exactly what we're looking for. And so now what we need to do, let's go ahead and just refactor this so that the URL is passed in as a string. And then we're just going to fetch that URL. And then we'll call this at the bottom. So get data URL, we'll pass in that image URL that we just declared up here. And then let's go ahead and we need to console log that. So because this is a promise and we're in the global scope, let's use a then callback. And once we get the data URL, we will console log it. So really all we need to do is pass a console.log function and it should do that for us. And let's go ahead and run this. And it says that we're getting some errors here. All right, so if we look at the error, it looks like this is the node fetch module that's not happy with us. It says require of ES module is not supported. So let's just search this in the context of node fetch require of ES module. And here's an issue that kind of explains this. So it looks like in the 3.0 version, which we're now on, we need to import it in a different way, which looks pretty complicated, to be honest. And the reason being is node fetch was converted to an ESM only package, so it doesn't even compile down to CommonJS at all. And since our module is CommonJS, it will not know how to do that. Okay, so I think at this point we've run into enough problems earlier with the TypeScript stuff, with the Unsplash library and node fetch for this 3.0 version. So I'm just going to downgrade to V2. Our requirements for node fetch are not that large, and V2 is going to work just fine. So let's go to the README and see which versions we need. So I guess we'll go to the home page. Let's see, releases. Probably want to stick with the latest V2 release. So 2.6.2 would work. So let's go down here. Oops. So we'll say add node fetch, and then we just have to say at 2.6.2. And let's see the package JSON now. Okay, now we're on 2.6.2. So hopefully this will work. It looks like we need to save the types now. So add dev dependency at types node fetch. The joys of programming. Always problems. Okay, hopefully this will work now. Let's try to run this. And it did. So here's our data URI, and this is in the correct base64 format, so we know that our script here is working. So now we can basically take this function and drop it into our home page and loop through each of the images that we've fetched from Unsplash, and then grab this data URL from those. But first, since we downgraded our package, let's just make sure that everything's working still, because the Unsplash library uses node fetch under the hood. So we'll go here to our next app, and refresh, and it looks like everything is working okay. And we have these low quality image placeholders, remember, because we just hard coded one of those in right here. All right, so we'll leave this in that file for the moment. The next thing that we need to actually do, and it's something that is just part of making an application, is constant refactoring. And one of the things that we should probably be refactoring is the logic we've got here in getStaticProps. You can see that we're doing basically the same operation 2 times, which is not a huge deal, but once we start looping through all of these images and grabbing that data URL with that additional function, it's going to get pretty cluttered to do that 2 times every time. So what I'm going to do is actually refactor this down at the bottom of the page. So our function that we want to create is going to be an async function called let's say get images. Okay, we'll go ahead and just call it get images, and then we're going to say the query will be a string, and that will represent us typing into the search bar of Unsplash. And then I believe that is all we really need. We may need something else, but what we're going to return from this is going to be an array of photos. And I think we had this type photo up here, and it's going to yell at us because we haven't returned anything, so let's return an empty array. And also it's going to yell at us because this is not, it's an async function, so we need to return a promise. So that stub works, and now we just need to fill in the details. So given a search query, we need to fetch from the Unsplash API and return an array of photos. So the way that we do that is, let's just grab all of this information right here. All right, we'll go to there, Control X, and then we'll paste it down into this function body. Now our Unsplash client is not going to work here because we had that defined in getStaticProps. So one way that we could do this is initialize the client down here in get images, but I don't want this function to depend on that client at all. I really think that this function should only be responsible for reaching out to the Unsplash API. It shouldn't be responsible for creating the Unsplash client. So what we're going to do is actually pass in a client instance. In that client instance, for now, we're going to say that it's any type, but we can find the type. I believe we did this earlier. The create API is the return type of create API. I think we just need the type of create API, which is the Unsplash client type. So let's see if that works. I think that's going to work, and let's try it out here by saying client.search.getPhotos. Oops. So maybe we actually need the return type of that. And it looks like that did work. So that client gives us what we need to search for the get photos. So we've got this typed appropriately. Everything looks good here. And our whole function should be pretty much working. We'll go up here, and the last thing we need to do, since we are initializing the client in getStaticProps, is we need to say that our images equal await get images, and that needs to be passed our Unsplash client, and a search query, which will be, let's say, oceans. So instead of images, that's actually going to be oceans, and then we'll copy that down for forest, and we can change the query to forest. So that looks a lot nicer, and since it is an array of photos, all we need to do is we can get rid of these, and now these variables are being passed as props. So we've refactored it. I believe we just need to return the mapped photos that we're using and make it generic. So let's see where we can start. So we don't need 2 of these anymore. So let's go ahead and get rid of one of those. And we'll put this at the very top. We'll say the mapped photos is going to equal a photo array, and that starts as an empty array. Now we'll say that this is going to be a generic photos, and we're searching for a query, which we can just take that all out and use this parameter to pass in. And so now that's going to get us photos, and then this will become generic. So photos.type, and then we're going to make an intermediate photos array that maps through the photos response, looks at each photo, and maps that. So let's replace all these occurrences of ocean and say photo, and then we'll say image and then the index for a generic alt description backup. And then finally we want to say mapped photos.push, and we'll spread that photos array in there. And then we'll make this generic, could not get photos, and it's pretty much refactored at this point. We don't need this duplication down here, so we can delete that. And then finally, we should be able to just return the mapped photos down here. And I will note here that if the response is not a success, we won't get to this point, and our photos array will just be an empty array, which still technically satisfies the type requirement. And so we'll know that in our client-side code, if we have an empty array, we may have to have a state for that to say like no images were found or something like that. So this is refactored. This means that we should have everything working again. So let's go to the UI and refresh. And it looks like everything is still pulling in correctly. So that's great. Let's go to oceans. Everything's working there. So that's awesome. Our refactor was successful. Now that we are refactored and we have something easier to work with, we can start pulling in that extra data URI property. So let's add that to the photo type data URL. And we're going to basically take this logic that we put together in image test, and we're going to attach that to each of these photos. So now these photos that we're returning to the client homepage will have that data URL already attached. And we can pass it right here in the blur data URL. So actually, let's just name it that to be very clear what we're dealing with. That will be the prop type. And then we'll come down here and it's going to yell at us because we're missing that right now. But all we need to do is loop through each of these photos that we found and attach that. So we'll say for const photo of photos array. And for each of those, what we're going to do is use that logic that we did in image test. So I'm going to just grab this whole function because it's pretty modular. I'll put this at the bottom. It's an async function, get data URL, and we need to import the LQIP module. So LQIP from LQIP modern, and that should get those red lines to go away. And so now we just have to pass that URL, and this function will handle the rest. So for each photo of the photos, we want to await data URL. It's going to await the get data URL function from down here, and we're going to pass the photo source into that. And that is going to then get us the data URL we want. And now what we need to do is actually attach that to this array of objects. So I think what we'll do, there's probably a better way to do this, a more performant way, but this one is relatively easy to communicate. So we'll say photos array with data URL, and this is going to be a new array that will equal an empty array for now. And what we're going to do is once we've got that data URL, we're going to say photos array with data URL dot push, and what we're going to do is push an object, and we'll spread out the properties of photo, and then we will add the data URL. So now photos with data URL is going to be an array of photos, so photo array, and hopefully, I don't know what it's complaining about here. Oh, I'm sorry. It's complaining here because we named in our type up here, we named it blur data URL. So we need to match that. And we might as well just rename this variable and then pass that down here. And so now we have a photo array, and then we can push those photos array with data URL and spread that to the mapped photos. And then we return the map photos, which is now a photo array. Okay, so this, according to the TypeScript compiler, is correct. Everything's working okay. And so what this means is that we can expect this type of photo, all this information from each of the photos that we're getting from oceans and forests, which means that in our home props, our homepage props, we can also expect that. So what we can do is, let's see, where did we do all this stuff? It's in the gallery right here as being passed a photo array. So we can use the placeholder blur, and now we can finally replace this blur data URL with photo.blur data URL. When we hit save, let's see if it works. Okay, it says cannot find module sharp. I think we might need to just refresh. Let's see. Let's just Control C and then yarn dev again and just restart the server. We've installed a bunch of packages, so that's usually a safe option. So let's refresh. Whenever you feel like you've done something correctly and it tells you that you haven't, chances are there's a good chance that restarting the server might work and be your solution, and that's what happened here. All of this is looking good now, and you can see as we're loading these, it's really cool. The blur data URLs are just populating. So that's really cool how this works, super performant and a very nice user experience. Okay, so the last thing I want to fix here is how we hover over the image and you can see through it and see that background image. We don't want that. So a quick way to fix that, I think, let's try it out, is we'll wrap each image in a div, and that div is going to be relatively positioned. So we'll give it a class name of relative, which means that we can then come down here next to image and make a div and give this a couple class names. So we want this to be absolutely positioned, a width of full, and a height of full, which means that it will be the entire size of the div containing the image. So it should be the same exact size as the image. Let's give it a background of black, or actually let's do something more noticeable, blue 200, and then the inset needs to be 0, which is top 0, left 0 for the absolute position. Then let's save it, come back, and it looks like it worked correctly. So what we're doing is we're putting this overlay on top of the image rather than making the image itself transparent. So what we'll do is maybe do a stone 900, which is basically black, and then we'll say the background opacity is going to be 10. Then we can get rid of this hover opacity. We still want the cursor pointer, and we want this to only happen on mouse hover. Otherwise, it's going to be background transparent when it's not hovering. So let's go over and see what we're dealing with. It looks like things are working. The only thing is that cursor is not a pointer anymore, and we just need to add the cursor pointer into this div rather than the image because it sits on top of the image. So now that cursor's working, and let's make sure we can click things. We cannot because, once again, this div is sitting on top of the image. So we need an onClick handler. Let's save that to bring it down. And then all we need to do is take this onClick handler from the image and put it on that div that sits on top of the image. So let's click it now, and now it loads perfectly, and we can scroll through our gallery. So that fixed that problem for us, and we're starting to look really good. We've got those blur placeholders so that when it's loading, it has a nice low quality image placeholder, and it's very fast on page load. So really, to demonstrate this, let me open up the network tab, and then let me throttle it to a fast 3G, and then we'll refresh the page. And watch how much faster this loads. We still have all the image processing in the background to fetch it from Unsplash, but you'll get these blur data placeholders coming in pretty much right away when the screen loads the document for the first time. So boom, they're already there. So this is a slow network, but look, we already have an indication of what images are going to be showing on this page. And then when they finally do load, you get the high quality images as you're seeing load right now. So if you're having someone on a mobile device visit this photography portfolio, this is a infinitely better experience than just having blank spaces, or even worse, if we weren't using Next.js Image, this space wouldn't have even been allocated to the document in the first place. It would have just collapsed, and then you'd see the layout shifting as the image is loaded. But with Next.js Image, you've got all these placeholders coming in, and then as we scroll down, it will trigger the load of those new images. So it's a really cool component if you learn how to use it correctly. Again, I got a whole video on that you should check out if you want more. Now, in terms of our getStaticProps, we have one optimization we can do, which is always a good idea when you're doing two API calls that are pretty much the same and they can happen at the same time. What I would want to do is actually a promise.all. So what this looks like is we'll just name this results equals await promise.all. And this accepts an array of promises. And we don't need the await because we're just going to pass the promises themselves. So we'll pass that one, we'll pass this one, and then we can comment these out. And really what we would be passing to Oceans is the results 0. So the first element of that array that we got from the promise.all. But another cool thing you can do is destructure that array, and we can say Oceans is the first element and Forest will be the second element here if I can type. And so now we can just go back to those props down there, and this will be passed here and this will be passed here. And the cool thing about this is now these promises are going to be acting in parallel rather than sequentially. So it should improve the performance of our getStaticProps pretty significantly. So that's just one little optimization I wanted to throw in there. And just to prove that this works, let's refresh the page. Let's remove the fast 3G and not throttle so we don't have to wait so long. And you can see, works fine. We're getting Oceans, we're getting Forest, it's all good. So that's pretty much it. And I think the next step here, we've got all of this in one file. I think you could refactor this into individual files. So let's go ahead and just do that real quickly because I think it's rather easy. Now, one thing that we did in the Tailwind config is we passed content of components in pages. So Tailwind classes are only purged on those directories. So if we were to refactor things, we need to know this so that when we create our folder over here called components, we know that every file within it is going to get these settings applied to them. So the only components that we really need to create would be the gallery.tsx. And what we can do here is take this entire function that we called gallery, and we'll command X and paste that into gallery, and then we can export that function. Now we of course have some red squigglies because we have some dependencies to this. So let me collapse that sidebar. We'll put the gallery off to the right here. Oops. Get rid of that terminal. I'm going to make things a little bit smaller. Hopefully you can still see. And so now we need gallery props to be put in here. We also need, the photo is going to be a shared type between the page and gallery props. So we might break that out into a types folder, or since this project is relatively simple, for now I'll just create a file called types, so types.ts, and this would be a good place to put our photo type, and we will export that type from types.ts. Let's get rid of all this commented code. Okay, and then now obviously we need to import those from types. And when we import them, it should go right here, and we can actually optimize this import with the import type, so we're not adding any extra size to the bundle. But before we get too distracted with that, let's finish up our gallery component. So let's import that type from there as well. We need to import useRef. Again, I'm hitting Command period to get this automatic import suggestions. Light gallery, we'll add that import from light gallery. And then Next.js Image. I don't think there's an automatic import there because it's a default export. Okay, so that works. Masonry, we'll add that from React Masonry. I like to throw those types at the top. And then light gallery component, that was a custom name that we gave it. So we need to just copy this whole line here. We'll put that right above light gallery. So that should be working now. I don't think we have any, looks like we have plugins that we need to add, and then we also have styles that we need to import. So import those styles, import the plugins, and then that might be it. Let's see. No TypeScript errors here, so let's save the gallery. And we can get rid of these imports because we have them over here now. We get rid of Masonry, we have them over here. We don't need useRef anymore. And now gallery needs to be imported from components gallery. So we're still looking good, no red squiggly lines. This is the best part about TypeScript, is when you're refactoring something, you can basically just look at the squiggly lines, and once they're gone, your refactor is, for the most part, complete. Okay, so we've extracted gallery into its own component. What else can we do here? I think we can create an image utility because we have a get images and get data URL. So maybe we'll create a folder called utils, and we'll just say this will be image util.ts. And we'll take from the index file, we'll take these two functions. We'll pull those out and we'll put them in image util. We need to, of course, export those now. Export those. And we'll import our shared photo type from types. We'll import the create API from Unsplash. We're just using this as a to get the type from it, so we don't actually need to use it down here. And then finally, LQIP, we will import that default import. Cannot type. There we go. So no red squiggly lines here. So this one looks good. Now let's go import that in our index page. Let's see where we got those. So get images, we'll import those from utils. And then I think that should be it. Image util. Okay, so actually this get data URL is only used in this file. So let's not export it. We can just keep it there, and let's just throw it at the top because it's the smallest function just for organization. So this works now. We've got all that. We can get rid of the LQIP import because that's in the separate file. Let's see. This is looking pretty clean now. I think at this point we have refactored this this home page enough to the point where I'm happy with it. We've got a components folder, we've got some shared types, some utils, and this is easily extendable if you wanted to add additional things. The last thing we'll do is make sure it's still working. It's always a good thing. Taking a minute to load all the photos in the background. Loaded them, looking good. So we can commit this now. So to source control, let's just say finish initial implementation of image gallery. Okay, we're going to sync those changes to main. Close out these files. Let's go check Vercel. We should have a deployment. Let's click up on our project, go to deployments, and you can see we're building. Okay, so it's done, and now let's go back and visit this. So what I want you to recognize here is, if you remember when we load this right here, it takes a little bit to load these images because in the background, getStaticProps has to reach out to Unsplash, has to loop through and get all of these low quality image placeholders and send those as props to our component. But because it's a getStaticProps, that all happens at build time. Basically this right here, that was all running. So when we refresh this page and when we go to the live version of our site, it should be really, really fast. So let's go ahead and open that up. And you can see that there's nothing there, which means we broke something. And I think I know exactly what we broke. I don't think that we added our environment variables to Vercel yet. So we need to go to Photography Portfolio Tutorial. And the reason this is important is because when our get server side or getStaticProps, so let's go to our index file. When we're running getStaticProps, remember we passed in the access key to Unsplash. And these getImages calls, if we go to those, you'll see that if we have a success, we'll load them. Otherwise, we just send an empty array. So that's why it's still working. There's no errors, but it's just an empty array of photos, so nothing is showing up. So what we need to do is go to environment variables, and we will select for production environment. We need to pass in those keys. And I'll say it one more time. I'm gonna delete this project so these keys will not work after that. So the first one is the Unsplash access key. We'll put that in there. And this is pretty much the only one that we're using for this project. We're not using the secret key. That would be for a different use case. So I think this is all that we need. So now we can go to deployments, or let's go to the project, and let's see, how do we redeploy? Let's go to deployments, go here, and redeploy. And we don't want to build it with the existing build cache because we want those environment variables to come in. And when this completes, we'll come back and we'll see if our images are loading correctly. So let's go ahead and visit this. Take 2, hopefully the images are loading and they're lightning fast. So let's open this up and boom, loads are immediately on page load and those images come in really quickly. So it's a great user experience. Very happy with how this turned out. Congratulations, we have created a photography portfolio. I think at this point, the rest of the video is going to be entirely optional. So let's check this off. We did this with Unsplash. So this is a fully working project at this point. The next things that we're going to do is enable incremental static regeneration with Next.js, which is basically going to just make it more fun. We're going to use a little variation of the Unsplash API so that we're not loading the same images every time. Also, we'll learn a little bit about that incremental static regeneration. Then we will briefly discuss an alternative to Unsplash, as well as some future ideas and improvements to this project if you wanted to take it further yourself. So let's jump into the ISR. And the first thing I want to do is let's clear all of these tabs. Got a lot of stuff open. We don't need this anymore. We'll come back to these docs. I'd rather just search it on Google. So here's our app. We can close that and let's type in ISR Next.js and go to the data fetching page for this. So it says Next.js allows you to create or update static pages after you've built your site. Now remember, we are using getStaticProps, which runs at build time. When Vercel builds our project, it will run that function server side, and for us, it grabs all those photos from Unsplash and uploads that to the build. Now, the problem with that, in some cases, is you can't change it. You can't change it dynamically, and you would have to use get server side props if you wanted to do that. But the downfall of that is now you have to run all that image processing stuff that we had gone through, where we're getting the low quality image placeholder, fetching the images from Unsplash. You'd have to do that on every request to the page, which gets very computationally expensive and degrades the user experience significantly. So doing all of this at build time is great, but we do need a way to invalidate that build and rebuild it when something changes. And that's one of the benefits of this incremental static regeneration. So you don't need to rebuild the entire site. You can just do it on one page, and that would be our home page. All you have to do is add the revalidate property and give it a time in seconds that the page will be valid for, and then it goes stale. So let me explain this because it took me a minute to understand this, a lot more than a minute. But basically what this is saying is that when this prop is enabled, and let's say for 10 seconds as they show in the documentation here, when this happens, a user will load your page, and when they first load the page, it runs it gives the cached version of the page. So whatever we did at build time, whatever images we pulled from Unsplash at that point will be served to the user. And any request that happens subsequently will serve that cached page until 10 seconds has passed. So let's just imagine a scenario where one user refreshes the page, they get the cached version. Another user 5 seconds later loads the page as well. They're going to see the same cached version. And then once that 10 seconds goes by, Vercel is going to then rebuild that page for you in the background. And once it's done, it will start serving that page again to users. So now it will serve an updated list of images. And every time the user requests the page, that process is kicked off. So in theory, if nobody visits your site for 20 days, it will serve the same exact images for those 20 days. But the minute someone loads that page, this whole process kicks off. So for our example, what we're going to do is use a 10-second revalidate so that we don't have to wait super long. But you might want to increase this to a much higher number if you don't really need to or want to rebuild the site all the time. So what we need to do is go to the Unsplash API, and let's go in the documentation and see how we can get some more dynamic images. So let's go to Get Images, and what we might want to do here, it looks like in this documentation we can get a random photo and we can give it a count of 10, which is what we're already fetching. And we can also give it a query to narrow that randomized search term. So that might be good for our project so that we can do the incremental static regeneration and demonstrate that, but also get highly relevant photos for our search queries. So what I'm going to do is actually just change this call that we're making. So we'll use the Unsplash client, and instead of search, we will go to the photos endpoint and get random. And then we just need to pass in a count of 10, and we can still use that query. Now the results, we can't map this the same anymore because this is going to be either random or random array. So we need to first normalize that. So we'll say response array is going to be array.isArray. So we're first checking whether photos.response.results is an array. Let's see what's wrong here. Okay, this is what we want to check. Photos.response, whether that is random or random array. If it's an array, we just will assign this to photos.response. If not, we will place that photos.response in an array. And the reason we do this is so that we know that this is going to be an array type. And now in our photos array, all we need to do is say response array.map, and then each photo is going to be a random photo, and it looks like we get the same properties on that, which means we don't have to change anything here. So I think this should work. Could be wrong, but let's check it out. Let's go to our app, refresh. Not quite sure what's freezing this up so much. Okay, there we go. So this is working, and now you see we got some different photos coming in. So let's go to oceans. Those are some different photos, and then forest, we should have some different ones from what we had before. That almost looks like a mountain, but I guess it's technically a forest. Cool. So the next thing we'll do is let's make this all tab a little more interesting, because right now we're just throwing the oceans in the front and the forest after that. Let's sort this according to relevance, which means upvotes. So if we go to the Unsplash documentation, or actually let's go to the endpoint, and we need to change this to photos random, I think. And let's go to the query. We'll set that to oceans, and then the count will be 10, or let's just do 1. Cool, so that worked. And to see what we have got, we have a likes property on this photo, and we'll have that on every photo. So that likes property can tell us how popular that photo is, and we can attach that to our response. So let's open up our shared types, so types.ts, and let's add that property. So likes will be a number on our photo, and now we need to open up the image util, and we need to attach that to each of our photos. So that should just be added here, likes, and then we'll say photo dot, photo dot likes. So that is a number, great. That should satisfy our type. And then we'll come to index.tsx. And let's see. So all we need to do here, we're going to still pass the oceans and forests just like this, but let's extract this into a use memo. So when we load this component client side, we're going to get the oceans and forests, but we'll say all photos equals use memo. Okay, we'll open that up, and this will be dependent on oceans and forest array. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say all equals oceans and forest. Okay, and then what we're going to return is all.sort, and we're going to sort it by A, B, so image 1 and image 2, and we'll say A.likes minus B.likes. And I believe that should sort it from greatest amount of likes to least, but let's go ahead and print that out and just verify that for ourselves. So we'll go to the console. That should have worked. Oh, there it is, right there. What is going on here? This is weird. Our whole browser's stuck. It's because we're still working. Next.js is working hard in the background to load all of these photos for us. Okay, here we go. So our first element in our array has 8 likes. The last element has 9,000. So we actually did that opposite of what we needed to do. We need to do b.likes minus a.likes. And that should sort us appropriately. So now things are going from most likes to least likes. I know this is very slow. My apologies. We probably shouldn't be loading this many images all at once, but hey, it's for fun. Okay, just for the moment, to speed this stuff up a little bit, let's go to our image util and let's give this a count of 1 instead of 10. Should make it quite a bit faster to load. And we'll get less images. So we only get 2 images total, 1 for each. Not sure how that's a forest, but we'll count it. Ooh, we got a warning. This is good to fix. It says each child in the list should have a unique key prop. See the render method of gallery. So let's open up gallery and see where that's happening. Okay, so now since we put this intermediate div, we need to pull this key prop up to the div rather than the image itself. And that should fix that error for us. Then all this yellow stuff is just light gallery saying you need to spend $30 to use it in production. Okay, so our first image has 933 likes, then 7 likes. So we did that correctly. And now we can bump back up to, let's bump this down to like 8. And so now we should be getting randomized photos sorted from most likes to least likes on this all tab, and then the oceans and forest will just be a list of oceans and forest. Cool, so we're getting all these different images. And now it's kind of a mix of the forest and the ocean. It's not necessarily just showing all ocean and then all forest. All right, so we can remove wherever we put that console log because that's working. Now all photos, I'm sorry, I actually lied to us. We need to pass this all photos before it will actually load correctly. There we go. Now we're getting a good mixture of the oceans and forest. Just oceans, just forest. Okay, so we're ready to do the revalidate prop. And we're going to give it 10 seconds, which means that there's a 10-second stale window. And I think we're ready to deploy this. So let's go ahead and say make images dynamic. Let's go over to Vercel where we've deployed. Got this deployment queued. All right, so our build is done. Let's go ahead and check this out. So we get those quick loading photos. Now you can see that they are totally randomized. We've got 4 oceans popping up, then some forest. Those are mountains, those are not forest. Don't know what that is. It doesn't look good. Looks like plastic in the ocean. Are these bubbles? Are those bubbles or jellyfish? Huh. Let's close that out. I don't know. I think this might be my favorite of this batch of photos. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool photo right there. Now, here's where I want to show you the magic of ISR, or incremental static regeneration. Right now, I have not reloaded the page, okay? But when I reload this page, it's going to kick off that process where I hit reload, and then I will hit reload for the next 10 seconds. And then we should see a build kick off in the background. So let's go ahead and try that. So we'll refresh. There goes the timer. Okay. So I'm going to refresh again. We should get the same exact images. Same exact images. Same exact images. And right about now, this has been about 10 seconds since I initially refreshed, Next.js or Vercel in the background is rebuilding this page and grabbing more random photos. So any minute now, we should start seeing random photos pop up. So I'm going to just keep refreshing. So I figured out what was going on. I believe we're out of requests remaining for the hour on Unsplash, which means that when Next.js or Vercel went to rebuild for incremental static regeneration, it exceeded that quota that we just sent out. And the reason being is locally we are making that API request on every rebuild, so that's going to rack up a decent amount of requests. Now, 50 requests remaining for the hour is really not that much at all. It's a pretty small limit. So you would have to apply for production usage to get that limit lifted, and then you would get a pretty sizable quota. But that's the reason that it wasn't reloading. But ultimately, we set up incremental static regeneration, which should give us different images each time and do it very quickly. So that is pretty much it. We have completed most of our requirements here. Let's see if we missed anything. Or actually, it was the chapters we were looking for. So we completed enable ISR. Now let's just quickly discuss, before we close out the video, some alternatives to Unsplash and future ideas and improvements. So I'll make a text section down here. So alternatives to Unsplash. Now, if you were building this project for a client, you might have a list of their images that they wanted to use. So how I would approach that, we used Unsplash because it lends well to a project like this where we don't have a bunch of images. But if you did, what you would probably want to be doing is you would store images on AWS S3 or another object storage solution. Okay, that is the best place to store large image files. And when you do that, the issue is that you won't have the width and the height of those images stored along with the image itself. So you also might need a database, and in that database, you would want to have some sort of, let's say, image table, and that will be a table that stores metadata about each image. And how do we connect that each image record with the storage on S3? Well, in this image table, you're going to have a source property, which is going to be a relative path. This is really important. You want to have a relative path, so something like photo1.jpg. And this path right here would be the relative path of that image stored in your object storage solution. And the reason you do that is because in your app logic, your application logic, so like getStaticProps, you would append or prepend the full URL. So you might have these images hosted at https some cdn.myimages.com or something like that. And that will be the CNAME in front of the AWS S3 storage solution. So the relative URL to that photo would be photo1.jpg. So you would handle this right here. Sorry, I can't grab it. This would be some sort of environment variable in your app logic. And then this would be the relative path to the S3 object store. And that would be stored in the image table of the database. You'd also want a width. You'd want a height stored. You'd want an alt property stored. You might even add that blur data URL, so a base 64 low quality image placeholder. Let's see, what else would you want? You might have like a likes count, similar to how Unsplash does it. And you also might, let's see, you could possibly store different image sizes. My preferred solution to that would be to use an external image optimization service. So let's go to something like ImageIX. This is an end-to-end visual media platform, and what they offer is basically a way to store your image in the highest quality version, highest size version that you can in object storage, and then you can use their API to give a different image depending on the parameters passed to that URL. So for example, let's go down to the size. You might give it a width using the width param, and you would pass that width differently based on whether you're generating a thumbnail image or a full-size image. So this would be my strategy. I would set up ImageIX or ImageKit or another compatible solution to point to the S3 bucket that you're storing your images in. So remember, we're storing them in S3 or something like that. So you point that at S3, and then you put a custom URL in front of all that. And then that way you can populate the database with the original width and height of that image, and then give different width and heights for thumbnail images. So I'm not going to get too deep into this solution. This is just kind of a general guideline of how I would approach that problem. But our project here is pretty fun, just pulling from the Unsplash API and doing it dynamically. Some future ideas and improvements. Let's see. Something that I would do, future improvements. I would definitely deploy this with a custom CNAME or custom URL. You can point that at Vercel at any time you want. Also, you could implement maybe user profiles on this so that people can upload their own photos. And then you'll sort those tabs based on, the like count of the photos that you're storing. Those are just a couple immediate improvements. And then also, we did not make this mobile responsive. So making it mobile responsive so that when we open this app up and we make it a mobile device, it doesn't have this weird thing down here, and maybe we go to a 1-column grid rather than 2 columns. And then you might even take these tabs up here and put them into a drop down rather than having them as tabs, because tabs are generally not the greatest for mobile devices. So that's just a list of ideas, but overall, I think this project was pretty successful. I hope that you enjoyed this project a ton and learned a whole lot about images and using images with Next.js. Hit that subscribe button, give me a like on this video, would really appreciate it. And until next time, we'll see you later.